Yeah, so on this past Tuesday, the investment committee met with Bank of America, got our good portfolio review. We had a couple things on the agenda. First one was portfolio review. Bank of America walked us through. We asked them to be here this morning so that they could just do a review for the whole board. It's kind of an annual visit to the board to report on that. And so I'll pass it on to Bank of America. I think before we jump into the portfolio, one of the things we wanted to also have Bank of America provide some color on is just kind of how they're seeing the effects of the new administration on HBCUs and anything that they're seeing in the markets that relate to how HBCUs might be impacted by the change in administration at the federal level. So with that, I'll pass it on to Bank of America.
Morning, everybody. How is everyone today?
Fine, thank you.
Is it too early to say go birds?
No.
No.
Yeah, it's an exciting day. You can feel the buzz in Eastern Pennsylvania. So thank you all for having us today. We're very, very pleased to be here. You know, we thank you for the ongoing relationship we have with you. And, you know, as Jose teed us up, just want to walk you through performance today. And Margot is going to chat a little bit about what we're seeing nationally, at least what we're hearing in terms of potential policy impacts on not just HBCUs, but a lot of social service agencies and other nonprofits. So if it's okay, Margot, you want to start with you?
Sure. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts. I also want to just highlight and thank Dr. Allen and her development team who have kept a regular cadence with me related to fundraising and best practices. And I want to take a moment after I share what we're hearing nationally on the work we've been doing. So the Council on Foundations had a webinar January 31st where 900 attendees participated and listened in on the thoughts and results of the executive order on DEI. And really, what do organizations need to know? Ultimately, the executive order is requiring that the Attorney General really identify organizations that operate discriminatory DEI practices. So they're setting forth steps to deter DEI practices, which we all know. But how does this really relate to you all? Just know that there will be an ask to pull together a report of any organizations who are technically in violation. There could be civil and compliance investigations, potential legal actions. But as I talked to Dr. Allen, you all have a clear mission and that doesn't change. So they're asking organizations, number one, don't panic, don't over prepare, don't overcorrect certain behavior or make sweeping changes. Take the time with your general counsel and leadership to read the executive order closely and become familiar with it. Review your internal DEI practices, discriminatory laws in mind. Review your website. You can't change who you are, but if there's anything glaring that could be tweaked, any marketing materials, etc., take time to really talk with your team and train them how to stay away from certain language that is really, extreme, and focus on training and hiring managers that understand. Ultimately, we're in unique times, and I'm advising everybody to stay close, right? Your legal counsel, obviously working with your PR, marketing, government affairs. Dr. Allen does a great job working across the aisle, talking with the governor and other legislators in the state. I'm also asking that you continue to use us as a resource. If you see or hear things and you have questions, please feel free to call us. This is also a time to be a good listener, not getting caught up in your own personal political ideologies. Nonprofits and higher education in general are nonpartisan at the end of the day, and we all know that, but it just is helpful to be a good listener. I also am, talking with organizations that dealing with immigration. You guys don't really deal with any of that per se, but it's affecting our country. So, the best thing to say is reminding people to know their rights, right? And encouraging them to just be clear on the resources. Also, this is a good time for strategic partnerships, pooling resources, and then, reminding people that in these times with crisis management, you definitely want to stay close to all your key stakeholders. So the board, regular conversations with Dr. Allen, general counsel, your financial team, etc. So I'm going to shift here and jump into some other pieces that we have talked about as a board. You all remember we did the board evaluation, and 3 areas came up of concern or interest of the board to really focus in on, which was succession planning, fund development, and public relations. Dr. Allen has been working closely with Trustee Corbin related to that. And I think there's been great movement on thinking about job descriptions and filling new positions. So that's on track. The fund development, really want to highlight Trustee Everett and his efforts. In the history of the work that I've ever done, I've never known a trustee to make the effort to fly him and a staff member to come and really talk about a strategy for an area. So we took a whole day along with Harry to talk about the annual development plan, the gift acceptance policy, case of support, a script for fundraising, relationship mapping, looking at the website, staffing, and role clarity. And I know Harry's going to talk about that more in length. Yvette also joined in those conversations. And then public relations, I think that's an ongoing conversation, but this is a critical time to think about that as you're messaging to your community about what's going on now. And ultimately, when we use the word case of support, the key to that is a sense of urgency. There's a story that can really be told to your supporters that the time is now to really wrap your arms around the university and be supportive to them. So I'll stop now. I'm definitely sharing resources, and I'm here to answer any questions that anybody may have. So that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Question? Comment? I'll make a quick comment.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you for that, and thank you for your support. We really appreciate it. And I think I said this to our we had a meeting yesterday. Lincoln University was founded in 1854. That was before the Emancipation Proclamation. That was before Jim Crow. That was before Brown versus Board of Education. That was before many, many things that, in fact, we have not only survived but thrived through 2 pandemics. And so this too, we will continue to thrive as we always have. So sometimes it feels a little bit like a crisis because there's so much uncertainty and so much unknown. But that's not the first time we've had to manage through that. And manage through that we will. So I just felt compelled to say that because this is Lincoln University. Yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you for your leadership.
Thanks, Marta.
Thank you. Take care.
So if there are no further questions, we can turn it over to Danielle, who can walk us through the portfolio review and chat a little about the state of the economy. So with Danielle, please, let's go ahead.
Great. Good morning, everybody. I will do performance first and then discuss our outlook, because then I think that kind of plays into letting us have some time for questions. So let me share my screen.
Something's happening to your mic.
What?
You better.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you're a little choppy, Danielle. Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can join Wi-Fi. Sorry, I'm traveling today, so my Wi-Fi might not, my signal might not be great. Let's see. Okay. So this is our asset allocation for both pools, so the endowment and Title III on a combined basis as of the end of the year. We have roughly 64% in equities, roughly 25% in cash, and the balance in various alternate investments. We did make commitments to private equity at the end of the year, so in December, to 2 private equity funds at $250,000 each. So you will see that $500,000 and 1% in private equity. So we will be working with the investment committee to build that out further in 2025, but we did get that started, and we used funds that actually put money to work right away. So you should start to see the benefit of that as we move forward in 2025. Going to the next page, this is performance as of the end of the year, also the end of your fiscal year. We've included several time periods here. I'll focus on the quarter, which is the fourth quarter of 2024, as well as the year to date and 1 year is the same, right? It's basically the full calendar year of 2024. So good news for the quarter is the portfolio, even though it was down a little bit, we did outperform our policy benchmark. The policy benchmark is essentially representative of what our target asset allocation is. And so any differences between how we've performed and that policy benchmark are going to come from the decisions we've made around executing your investment strategy. So that could be our tactical tilts, like did we overweight and underweight the right areas of the portfolio at the right time, or how did the underlying managers we select perform relative to their benchmarks. So for the quarter, we did outperform a little bit. Some of that is coming predominantly from U.S. large cap, which is an area that we did outperform in across time periods here. And that is notable just because U.S. large cap has been an area that's been very hard to outperform in because of the dominance of a very select few tech names, those Magnificent Seven companies that really make up a significant part of the index and were really driving returns for a lot of 2024. Some other areas of the portfolio are a little bit more mixed, but overall, it all ended up in a little bit of outperformance. If we're looking at the year, the portfolio net of fees was up 10.5%, which is quite solid for a multi-asset portfolio for any given calendar year. So over the long term, when we do our asset allocation modeling, we're generally expecting somewhere closer to 7 to 8% on average per year. So given the fact that markets were strong last year, it's a good year in that you're able to build a little extra above that, what we like to call like a surplus, so that you're earning more than you need for your spending plus inflation in a year like 2024. And that really helps to sustain the ability to be able to spend in downturns. So inevitably, we will have a recession and a downturn. So years like this are helpful to kind of build up that cushion. For the year, generally equity markets were very positive, led by large cap. We've been tilted slightly overweight to equities generally, and particularly to U.S. equities, including large cap. So that was a benefit to the portfolio. The other area, just turn to the next page, fixed income was pretty muted for the year. We did see a lot of interest rate volatility in the back half of the year once the Federal Reserve started to cut interest rates. And that volatility has kind of continued a little bit in this year as we're trying to figure out what's going on with some of the new policies and the impacts that could have on the portfolio. Overall, the hedge fund allocation has been additive to the portfolio. It's done better than fixed income, so it's a nice counterbalance to the equity part of the portfolio. And then we do not have, any returns yet for private equity because it's too new. But then real estate and tangible assets were positive, had positive returns. So overall, additive. I will just go, I guess that's pretty much it for the combined basis. Let me pause there and see if there's any questions on performance before we just talk about where we think the market and economy is going from here. let me flip up to, sorry for all the flipping of the pages. Okay, so 2024 was a positive year for the economy and the market. So 2025, where do we think we go from here? There's certainly been a lot of headlines, a lot of policy pronouncements, and a lot of reversals too, right? So it's been very challenging, I think, for everybody to keep up with what's going on out of the new administration. We think a lot of that, of course, will be very important to where the economy goes, but we're also trying to focus on some of the really fundamental factors that we think overall impact the economy and markets. So at this point, we expect 2025 to be a constructive year for markets and the economy. Economic growth should continue to be solid. We're expecting economic growth in the U.S. to be maybe a little bit above the trend, somewhere between 2.5% and 3% for the year. Inflation is kind of where we're at, not come down to the Fed's 2% target, maybe stay closer to the 3% mark for many factors, but some of the new policies are potentially not going to help inflation come down further. At this point, we expect the Federal Reserve to actually be on hold for 2025. A lot is going to depend on the incoming data and where inflation goes and where unemployment goes. But at this point, inflation is sticky. There really isn't a case for them to cut further at this point. But we do expect that the consumer, which is a super important part of the economic picture because the consumer represents about 70% of the U.S. economy. We can see from our firsthand data that we have being Bank of America. We bank 1 in 2 households in the U.S. So we have firsthand look into everything from credit and debit card data to auto loans, mortgages, et cetera. From what we see from our underlying data is that consumer spending and consumer economic position remains strong. And that's across income cohorts. The consumer has been supported by a stable and solid labor market. They've seen real wage growth. And then consumer net worth has expanded because housing prices have gone up, and then consumers that do have investments in the market have benefited from the strong equity market. So the consumer is a real important part to our outlook. So we'll be paying close attention to how that evolves over the year. And then the other real key underpinning of our positive view on the equity markets is corporate earnings. So depending on how corporate earnings go, oftentimes depends how the equity market goes. Stock prices can rise for 2 reasons. Either equity, their underlying earnings are rising, or people are just willing to pay more for a particular company, usually based on expectations for future growth. At this point, most of the market growth has been from that latter part, or people really getting excited about the future. But we don't really think that piece is going to continue to expand. We think that the equity positivity that we'll see in 2025 is really going to come from corporate earnings growth, which is actually great because that's going to be more foundational to support the equity market going higher. And the big difference here is a lot of the earnings growth that we saw in 2024 and even 2023 came again from those really large tech companies that really dominated the market. We think that in 2025, we'll see more companies and sectors participating so that it will really be a broader equity expansion. So at this point, we think that corporate earnings will expand double digits in 2025, and that should really support equity markets. We're probably not going to see another 20% plus year. It'd be really hard to see a repeat of that, but certainly positive for equity returns. And then the other thing is just some areas that have lagged, like large cap has dominated, small and mid cap have lagged a bit for years now. We do think there could be some tailwinds for small and mid cap companies in 2025. So deregulation that's likely to happen from the new administration should benefit those companies, particularly a pickup in merger and acquisition activity. So under the prior administration, pretty much any corporate mergers were just dead on arrival. Like there was really no appetite from the prior administration to engage in those types of mergers and acquisition activity. So we think that could open up, and that benefits small and mid-cap companies because they're often acquisition targets. And that's pretty much what we think for 2025. Overall, at this point, we still are optimistic about the year from an economic growth and equity market perspective, but we will caution that in the short term, there's likely to be a lot of volatility and choppiness, which we have seen already in January between the DeepSeek announcement that really affected artificial intelligence names to, of course, the tariff back and forth that we had just recently. There has been certainly some volatility, and that is likely to continue here in the short term to medium term as the new administration comes out with these headlines and executive orders and policy pronouncements and things. And the market needs to really digest what does that mean, for the economy and for companies and what longer term. So likely to be a little choppy here, but overall, for a long-term investor such as Lincoln, that really is focused on, perpetuity here. We really want to stay grounded in our strategic asset allocation that's embodied in the investment policy statement, and make sure that we're not overreacting to what's happening short term. So I'll stop there and see if there's questions on our market outlook or anything else. I think Everett has hand-based.
Yeah, just a real quick question. I noticed you have 25% in cash. And is that pretty standard for Lincoln, or is that strategic that maybe you're going to put some of that money to work at some point this year?
Did you say 25%? Where did you?
Yeah, it's like I
that?
thought I saw something where it said 24% of the portfolio is in cash. Or
No, we have 24. We have fixed income. Yeah, 24% is in fixed income.
Okay.
So there's
Perfect.
only under 2% in cash. We tend to keep cash somewhere between 1% to 3%. We want to have some cash just there as if we're rebalancing, just to make sure that we have adequate cash to make those trades happen, as well as just cash for fees and just a little cushion. So you usually won't see cash above 3%.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Jose, is there anything else you'd like us to comment on?
No, that's great. No other questions. Key takeaway is the one thing they can guarantee is volatility, so we'll strap our seatbelts 2025 with the current administration, and we'll ride it out. But I appreciate the work that you guys have done. Thank you, Bank of America. This is our first kind of full annual review, so appreciate that, and we'll keep working together. The second piece, so the Bank of America folks could drop off, I think, at this point. Again,
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a
Bye-bye.
good weekend. Bye-bye.
The second piece of business that we worked through was this proposal on the endowment spending rate for the upcoming year. The proposal, we want to work through that now?
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
Oh, okay.
We'll go ahead and get started. Take a little
Oh,
while.
gotcha.
Thank you very much. And I did call the meeting to order, but we did not do the roll call. So actually, I should not have called the meeting to order. But I did, so we're in session.
All right, Chairman Bruce.
President.
President Allen. Present. Trustee Archie.
Present.
Trustee Board.
President.
Trustee Cooks.
President.
Trustee Corbin.
Present.
Trustee Dix.
Present.
Trustee Denman.
Present.
Trustee Dunbar. Trustee Garcia.
Present.
Trustee Hancock.
Present.
Trustee Harrison.
Present.
Trustee Johnson.
Present.
Trustee Jones Clement.
Present.
Vice Chairman Jordan.
Present.
Trustee Kirkland.
Excuse.
Trustee Lancaster.
Present.
Trustee Levis.
Yes.
Trustee Lawson.
Present.
Trustee May. Trustee Lewis.
Present.
Trustee Love.
Present.
Trustee Johnson O'Sara.
Present.
Trustee Parker's here. Trustee Petty. Trustee Ridley.
Present.
Trustee Rochester.
Present.
Trustee Sebastian.
Present.
Trustee Simmons.
Present.
Trustee Kuhn. Trustee Turner. Trustee Vaughn.
Present.
Trustee Walker.
Present.
Dr. Baskerville.
Present.
Dr. Bennett. Dr. Chambers.
Present.
Dr. Rob. Dr. Sadler. We have a quorum.
Thank you. I saw everybody look to say who was trustee Coon,
Oh.
Department of Representative Department of Education. Those of you who wanted it up.
Does anyone have any? Does anybody have any corrections or revisions to the minutes? Hearing none, they will be filed as written.
I have one correction to the minutes.
Okay.
In the section for business affairs, it had me listed as the chair, as I reported out last meeting, and I'm vice chair. That's the only correction.
Thank you so much. It will be corrected.
Hi, just one note. This is Trustee May. I am on the line. I just couldn't get off of mute. My apologies.
Yes, I recorded you as present. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We're a little bit out of order here, but we generally customarily start our meeting with prayer, so we will ask trustee Lewis to do this prayer.
I'll look this way for trustee Lancaster. Eternal, most gracious Heavenly Father, it's once again that we come before your presence. And as we come before your presence, I'm reminded of the portion of scripture that states what we should do when we come. And that is to enter into your gates with thanksgiving and into your courts with praise. And it's with that premise and guiding thought in mind that before we ask you to do anything, we just simply want to say thank you for a few things. We thank you first and foremost because we realize that this is the day that you have made. And because you've made it, here's the good news. We can rejoice and be glad therein. Secondly, we thank you for the amazing students on this hallowed ground that we call Lincoln University. We thank you for our constituents, our faculty, our staff, the president of the university, the board of trustees, our chair, our vice chair, everyone that is assembled, whether they've traveled far or whether they're around the corner or near, both virtually and in person. We thank you because we realize that since the last time that we assembled in this forum in November, a lot of things that have happened. Some good, some bad, and some may even perhaps say ugly. But despite all of the political turmoil that's happened, the tailwinds that have come forth, the catastrophic things that have downstream impacts, we can rest in the simple fact that because you've been on our side, we have no other choice but not only to rejoice, but be glad because in the end, we win. And we declare and decree that the best is yet to come. And now we ask for your divine wisdom as we discuss the matters concerning our university. Or we can say it like this. We would ask that you would grant us the serenity, the coolness, and the calmness to accept the things that we cannot change. Give us the courage to change the things that we can change. But don't stop there. We'll ask for one more move for you to make. Give us the wisdom, the cognitive ability to decipher adequately between the things that we can change versus the things that we cannot change. For this is our prayer unto you. And we'll close it like this, the way we began, by simply saying those two words, thank you. In your miraculous, magnanimous, mighty, miraculous name we pray. Amen.
Sure, we fix it right first. I want to remind everyone that we do allow for and ask for public comment. We just haven't had it in so long. I just thought it was important to say that we do invite public comment. This would be the time that we would entertain any public comments. It's just that once we became a less controversial board, we didn't get many comments. I just hope folks would come and say, hey, you guys are doing great.
Yeah, it's only when it's negative.
We welcome those comments. Just want to remind everybody, it's just not just a little item on the agenda. It is welcome, but we don't have any public comments today, so I guess it was me that made public comment. So we'll move on to AALU. Sharice.
Good morning.
Tanya Nunez, are you on? There you go.
I
You're
am.
on.
Good morning. Before I start, I'll comment on your public comment. I definitely hear in the alumni community anyway about this, and they do so appreciate the YouTube link. I think that's probably really helpful in terms of the public feeling engaged and involved. And notice that the YouTube link from even the last meeting was kept up longer. So just thank you for that. And I know I heard someone say people want to comment when it's negative. That's so true. But I just wanted to share some of that positivity that I heard, because for sure, I know that the whole YouTube public viewing link has been really beneficial to at least the alumni stakeholders that I hear from. So there's your public comment, Chairman Bruce. All right, so I will start. So good morning, Chairman Bruce, President Allen, trustees, and LU community. I was going to say that I was excited to be there in person at a board meeting, but due to the threat of inclement weather, the AALU pivoted and shifted all of our planned on-campus activities today to being virtual. So instead, I bring you greetings from an uneventful, unexciting Washington, D.C. On behalf of Lincoln alumni everywhere. And again, I am going to share about people, power, and participation, the 3 Ps that are the ingredients to our success. So first, people. The AALU held our 4th annual New Year's prayer service on the first Sunday of January, organized by our chaplain, Mike Canty, class of '91, and the program committee chair, Sandra Marina Harmon, class of '81, and Dawn Easter McCoy from the class of '89. This event has evolved into a reliable and spirit-filled way to bring in the new year with our hearts and minds focused on people, our LU family. We continued our tradition of honoring the memory of our many deceased fallen lions, and there were many this year. And we produced a video to honor those who have passed on. If you missed that video, we will share it on our social media platform soon. And I'm actually going to prepare an email after this with some of the links that I'm talking about today, and ask Adriana if you wouldn't mind sharing it with the board. But speaking of people, LU alums everywhere are set to descend in person on Baltimore in 3 weeks, about 3 weeks, to party with a purpose. The purpose, of course, is to support our men's and women's basketball teams as they go for the CIAA championship. The Baltimore Metro chapter, BMC, led by trustee Lorella Dix, class of '80, and her team are working hand in hand with university leaders to pull off some great events, and the AALU is there doing our part. My living room right now where I am is overflowing with boxes of LU cheer items to be donated by the Alumni Association to LU fans to hype our teams. We partnered with the First Club to score some extra pom-poms. I have them here. First Club logo, pom-poms, and I have our little paws here. So we are ready for CIAA with our cheer items. We also coordinated with Harry Stinson to lead our fans on color themes for each day's games. So we will be having Thursday be the orange day. Friday, we'll be having a whiteout. We'll all be in our white. And Saturday will be blue. Also, you only have 2 more days to support our t-shirt fundraiser where you can buy your orange or your white shirts. Visit our store. I'll put the link in the chat, but it's aalupa.org/store2025. You only have 2 days. Please support and get your shirt. Also on our website, we have lots of links to the many CIAA events. Thursday, we'll be doing our annual Advancing the Lincoln Legacy Through Literacy reading to local elementary schools. The BMC and DC MAC chapter will be hosting a welcome reception on Thursday. On Friday, the National AALU will host a Lincoln Link Up happy hour with over 100 alums already registered. It's the perfect time to share ways in which alums can form deeper linkages with Lincoln. And we have institutional advancement, the First Club, our many chapters signed up to all to promote Lincoln at that event. And then afterwards, we'll kick back with some smooth jazz, and the young alums, of course, will be out partying and dancing it out on Friday night. And then on Saturday, we are claiming it. We will be celebrating 2 big championship wins at the after party, which will be the Lincoln Party Jam on Saturday night. So I will move on to power, which is the second P, and that's about money. And there, just wanted to talk about our 5th annual golf tournament. That is going to be Monday, July 21st, 2025. Again, we'll have the honorary co-chair, the legendary African-American golfer, Jim Thorpe. We're planning a repeat performance this year. Charles Latta, class of 81, and his team are working really hard. This year, they have moved us to a new location, Deerfield Golf Course in Newark, Delaware. Trustees, we are asking that you do 3 things to help us out. 1, register early. We have early bird registration. It's being extended through the end of CIAA, so there is still time. Also in this new location, the cost has come down a little bit. So take advantage and register now. Second, please donate. This is our signature event. For the past 4 years, the Alumni Association has moved into being one of the top 10 Lincoln University donors. There's power in our collective, so please donate. And then finally, we need sponsors. Please tell this to your friends and your colleagues. If you can sponsor us, please, or if you can share just 1 lead with us, please, we would be so grateful. So that's the P of power. And then finally, the third P is participation. I'd like to share, I'm really excited to share that on Wednesday, January 22nd, we made a significant step to advance and enhance the effectiveness of alumni participation. The AALU president, me, and the incoming president, who we're having an election, and it will be Dr. Eric B. Coates, and the chair of a special committee, Dr. Jonathan Brown, the 3 of us visited campus for an all-day session with Lincoln University administrators to initiate discussions about creating a memorandum of understanding between the university and the Alumni Association. I am here to tell you that this project has been decades in the making. We were hosted by Alumni Relations, and Deborah Johnson and her team were great. We met with Dr. Colvin, Harry Stinson, Venus Boston, Maya Mapp, and others to listen to Lincoln's latest strategic plan updates and to ideate some on how the alumni could support the university in achieving these goals. Trustees Lancaster and Dix also participated on Zoom. And by the end of the day, we had all increased our bonds, we had enhanced our understanding of one another, and we really did learn a few new things that we hadn't known before. We are on track to continue working around a discussion draft as soon as next week. And we can't wait to present something to Dr. Allen and Venus Boston for their consideration. I can guarantee that it was a moving experience for all, and we walked away with new ideas for a framework for our service and participation. I know that it will profoundly impact our shared future to advance the Lincoln legacy. And then finally today, I wanted to mention that later today, the AALU will hold its candidates forum where we will be hearing from all of the candidates in our upcoming AALU election. I'm gonna drop a link in the chat, which will have their names and bios, and I will invite you to visit. It's on our website. The website is aalupa.org/2025 election, all one word. I would like to publicly thank them all for stepping up to participate in this process. And while we had hoped to be there in person today in the Student Union building, I'm also going to drop a link in the chat for those of you who can join us at 1 o'clock on the Zoom platform. So I will stop there. And like I said, I'm going to prepare a little note to Adriana and ask that she forward this email to you all on my behalf with some of these important links. But please continue to reflect on LU people, power, and participation. I hope to see you virtually at 1 o'clock and in person at the CIAA.
Hey, thank you, Teresa. I think just a clarification. You will not be, the alumni will not be on campus today. It's all virtual.
It's all virtual. I found out last night. So sorry, Trustee Hancock, because I see you already there. But I know that's probably not the best situation for you. But it was, you know, this is pretty much led by our nominations committee, and they, some people were coming pretty far, and the snow and the ice in the DC area is supposed to start even earlier. So please be safe, Trustee Hancock, whenever you come back, because it's supposed to be bad later on. Sorry.
Inspection. Thank you so much. We appreciate the work you do. Just a quick summary from what I took away from your presentation. The 3 things that you asked this board to do relating to the golf tournament: register early, donate, because whatever donation you make to the Alumni Association comes right back to Lincoln University. And the 3rd one was to help you to get sponsors.
That's correct. That's correct. And the trustees have been wonderful in this regard, and we just would like to keep it up. It's been a challenging you know, time for nonprofits and for donating and philanthropy. And this year is I think that is potentially could increase. So yeah, we need to, it's the time. I think I heard that in the last presentation. It's definitely the time for us to all band together and support our community that we love.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks for your leadership. And I guess the next meeting, will there be a new president, or will you still be?
The next meeting will be my last meeting, but we will know the new president. We kind of already know the new president will be Dr. Eric B. Coates, which we're excited about because he's our membership chair. But the election will be concluded by the time April comes, and then he will take office on July 1st.
Okay. Great.
So we kind of overlap a little bit at the golf tournament because all the planning is happening now, but I will officially be off on June 30th, but I'll sort of be around until the golf tournament.
And your ends at the same time, June 30th.
I'm in great company.
I was thinking the same thing. Thank you much. Have a good one. All right, so I'm going to read, just remind the Board of Trustees of our conflict of interest policy. Members of the board should avoid any situation which involves or may involve a conflict or perceived conflict between their personal and or business interests and the interests of Lincoln University. Each board member shall make prompt and full disclosure to the board of the prospective situation which may involve a conflict of interest as soon as that conflict is known. This disclosure shall be made matter of the record. either through an annual procedure or when the interest becomes a matter of board action. Board members with conflicts shall remove themselves from negotiations, decisions, deliberations, or votes involving the conflict. This shall not be construed as preventing the board member from stating his or her position in the matter or answering pertinent questions from the board when his or her knowledge may be of great assistance. So I'm going to move on to the chair's report. And I have to say, Dr. Allen said to me, "Look at that orange tablet." I said, "Pad." I said, "Yes, I do. I had this from the very beginning when I started, so I can go back and reference what we said we were going to do." I'm feeling pretty good looking through here this morning because there's so many things that we've done, but I won't go through that. I'll bore you with that at the next meeting.
Thanks for being here.
You're so welcome. If I can just find my notes for today's. So I'll start with the executive committee did meet in December. You may recall from our meeting back in November that the executive committee was going to meet to discuss a term sheet for the housing that we're working on. That took place. And that was in December. We approved the term sheet for not more than $59.5 million. And so that was done, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that that took place. And I'm still trying to get to my notes here because so much in here from the last 4 years I did that. So I know, sure, what are you doing? So I'm gonna keep going now. So we did meet as an executive committee, as I said, and that was done. Do we need to ratify that? Ratify the decision. You are notified the board. Okay. All right, great, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. So just notifying you of what we've done is we've done that. I also just wanted to highlight, Sharice mentioned that there were many fallen liars since our last meeting, some of which were friends of mine. And Dr. Allen and I issued a proclamation for Bob Ingram, who was the president of the AALU at one time. And so we did attend, I did attend the service, and we issued a proclamation from this board because he made significant contributions. Yeah. So I got a little choked up on that. On a positive note, you may have read or seen that Dr. Allen was down in Philadelphia, up in Philadelphia, standing with a great big check for $500,000. You know, I think that's very positive in terms of what has been taking place at SACE. I see Edison in the back. Edison, stand up. Edison is bringing resources to Lincoln University in Philadelphia, and so that's really good news, and things are tracking extremely well. I'm sure you'll talk in more detail about that going forward. We also had Thurgood Marshall Fund on campus. Folks were asking questions about that. I'll simply say that it gives us an opportunity for some grant money. And I'm pretty sure it gives us an excellent opportunity. We do have to complete grant application, and I'm sure we'll secure some funds from that. We're good and very good publicity for Lincoln. And so really positive things happening here on campus. Another really major strategic issue that Dr. Allen and I have been addressing, and she'll talk about it in detail as we go forward, is what we're doing with respect to enrollment and retention. It's obviously a major issue for us. It's not a problem, but it is something that needs to be addressed. We want to make sure that, you know, our enrollment is pretty good, but we also want to make sure that we're retaining our students here. And, you know, I always take the opportunity to mention the fact that many times we're unable to retain our students because for financial reasons. And again, that's where all of us come in. Have to be reminded that we have folks on YouTube who are watching. We certainly can use your help because I like to point out every time I have an opportunity that we are fortunate that because of the support that we get from the state, our capital needs are covered. They're addressed. So the money that we raise, we don't have to have capital campaigns like many universities do, which really takes up a lot of time and resources. Our fundraising, the money that we raise goes directly to help our students, helps them stay in school, helps us to retain them, helps them to graduate and to put their life on a whole nother trajectory. Many of our students are first-time college graduates, first generation. So we make an appeal to those of you, not just in this room, but on YouTube. Make sure you give and you give generously because it goes directly to help our students. So back to my point with respect to enrollment and retention, Dr. Allen has been working with the task force in place, and she'll go into detail as to what we're doing to address this strategic issue when she gives her. I have to say that I have been extremely pleased with the committee work that I've seen. We've seen some excellent work being done in the committee. I think all of you know all the real work of this board is done in committees. And just to highlight a few things that I mentioned, the housing project, building properties committee, chaired by Owen Brooks, doing excellent work and moving that right along at a rapid pace to ensure that we take advantage of the window of time that we have to do the things that we need to do. And right, it's a very short window, but excellent work being done in that regard. The solar farm that we're putting in place is on track. We're putting together a new revising or taking another look at the overall plan that the master plan that we put in place, and we'll take another look at that. So really happy with the work that's being done there. Ed Policy Committee, chaired by Dr. Spear. I was so pleased yesterday that we spent time in the committee preparing for the middle stage. And I have, this would be the second time that I've at least begun this process. I went through the process once before. And I have to say that at least in terms of how we've gotten started and the work that's being done is light years ahead of where we were before. And let's keep in mind, we did just fine in the last middle states. So this will be, I invoked the name of Corey Walker when I said, this isn't a test. This is just an affirmation of what we're already doing. And I see you smiling. I did not forget that conversation. And that's our aspiration. That's really where we want to be. And I can tell you, we are off to a great start. And we had a test yesterday. You could tell there were professors in the room. All the folks out, what is that, the Socratic method? Real academic on us. We had to be reminded that we are at an institution of higher learning, and we were in higher learning. But I was really pleased with the progress that we're making there. We're gonna be in very, very good shape when Middle States arrives on this campus. They might give us an award or something. Certification. It'll be anticlimactic, but. Yeah. We can talk about trash. So, thank you to, Dr. Osiris and the trustee Osiris and the work that you're doing at leading that, to the whole committee. And then with regard to planning and development, Harry came in yesterday. I'm not gonna go into all of the details, but I just want to highlight a few things that, you know, we're really making progress and things are going in a very positive direction. Fundraising has been done. Trustee Love has been working very closely with Harry and Harry Stinson and the rest of the committee, Trustee Dix and others who have really been working hard to not only increase our fundraising, but to increase our the support, the infrastructure and the support that we have to receive the funds and so I was really pleased with the work that's being done there. And in fact, we are looking at our target and looking at where we are at this point, we are ahead. And you know, I would have spent a lot of years in sales, so I'm always looking at what's the target. And we're more than 50, we're about 50% of the way through the year, and we're probably about 60% towards the goal. So excellent progress. Hopefully the fourth quarter will be even stronger, and we can highlight the fact that this board for the last 4 years is now has 100% participation and giving. And we need to make sure that we continue that, but we have to go a step further, which is everybody needs to ensure that at least you're giving at the $1,854 level. And so we as a board need to make sure that we continue to lead when it comes to fundraising and donation. And of course, I also want to say thank you to Margot, who we also this mission. Has worked very, very closely with us. Has been very, very involved. Our team, Everett and others, spent time with her down in Texas. She's been a real resource for us. And then finally, I want to highlight the work that's been done by Business Affairs, and they're led by Trustee Rochester, looking ahead and planning and making sure that even though in some cases we've come a little bit short on our enrollment, we've been prepared for that. The budget has been properly set and forecasted, and we're in very good shape fiscally and financially. And the planning that's been done there and the approach that's been taken has been really, really, really good. Trustee degrees and nominations, you'll see the work that they're doing, led by Trustee Lancaster. Quite a bit of work that's been done there, go into the details. We have our committee reports. And the final thing I'll say is one of the big challenges, and it's always sitting here in my notes, one of the big challenges that we had when we started 4 years ago was, you know, we just didn't have a real good process for evaluating our president. And now we do. And we set, Dr. Allen set her goals. Goals are clear. We have a process in place that lays out, you know, how we'll look at those goals, how we'll evaluate the president. And one that's very transparent to her, to all of us. And I'm pleased with that. We might not, it may sound very basic. And in fact, it is. And it's probably one of the reasons I became chair, because some of these things that you thought, I thought were basic, weren't happening, and weren't basic. So now they are. And so I'm really pleased with that. And thanks to Trustee Gordon for his leadership and with respect to the evaluation. So I say all this to say that all of this is evidence that we are a highly effective and highly functioning board And as I said, I'm looking back at my notes, one of the very first things we said when we sat down was that we wanted to be a highly effective and high functioning board. And that we are. And that I'm pleased. I started off saying we crawl before we walk before we run. And for the last, I want to say almost 2 years, we've been running. And so thank you to the committee chairs and leadership. And I look forward to continuing to do that as we move forward. So finally, I do want to recognize Trustee Andrew Dinniman. Trustee Dinniman has decided to end his tenure here with the board. We're very sad to see him go. He's been here for many years and has made significant contributions to the board. I've gotten to know him well, and I admire and respect his commitment, his enthusiasm, and his love for Lincoln University. And so I'm gonna miss you. We got your notice so quickly, we were unable to put together the fact that we
don't worry about that.
customarily get it. No, we're not gonna worry about it because we're gonna send it to you. But I do want to make sure that we recognize you and what you've done and give you the opportunity, you being the person that you are, to make very brief remarks.
Making brief remarks is not part of my personality. But briefly, I think you stated in the beginning that we've been through adversity before. And we learn from the past, because the past is never past, understand? That we do have the strength to deal with what's going on today. And always remember that Lincoln University is a treasure. It's a very special place. And I began to understand this when I was county commissioner and then later as state senator. But this whole area here of several square miles needs to be understood in relationship to what's going to happen next year or in 2026. You know, it's the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And boy, we have a question, don't we? Because every generation has to look at the Declaration of Independence and ask, how are we doing? And especially in terms of human rights, in the terms of everyone, has America reached its aspirational goals? So what I urge you to do is to think about and not be discouraged about what's happening now, because in many ways, this is the beginning of what might finally be a real dialogue in this nation, because everything that's happening now has to be seen in relationship to what we do next year. And this particular, I say this because understand in this particular area of several square miles, what has occurred is not only that Lincoln University was the first Black university in the United States, not only that Hinsonville was one of the major free Black communities in this region, and always understand, though the Presbyterians say they gave the money, much of that money was raised in Hinsonville itself. So this was an institution created by the Black community, and always remember that Amos, the founder and the brothers, what they went through. But beyond that, the first public school in Pennsylvania is near Sebastian's house in New London Township, and that 3 members who signed the Declaration of Independence went to that school. And that one of those was the second governor of Pennsylvania. So you're talking about the most historic area in the United States. And I hope what we do when we get to 2026, as we will understand what we represent in this several square miles, is the hope, the aspiration of what this nation can and should be. Langston Hughes used to say, that I'm of the America that will be. And finally, let me say that I find in the public now that there is a real desire to start to discuss this. I had created an endowment and raised about 150,000 and gave about 30,000 my own money for it, called the Together Endowment. It's through the Westchester University Foundation. But we now are trying to find the ways to bring the community into a dialogue. And I can tell you as just one example, and then I'll keep quiet, or at least they promised that anyway. No, I don't always keep it, but it's this, that we, one of the efforts we're doing is twofold. Frederick Douglass gave his last public speech here in this county in 1895 at the Westchester State Normal School. He died 19 days later. And in that speech, he warned us of the mobocracy. And then less than a decade and a half later, there was a brutal lynching in Coatesville, Pennsylvania, of Zachariah Walker. So what the community is doing, it's not a foundation, but my fund is paying for is two things. One, we're going to publish the book of the Douglass lectures, of which Dr. Allen gave one, I gave one, and several other prominent people in this community gave one. And second, we're going to memorialize Zachariah Walker, and I hope Lincoln University will be involved with us in this enterprise. He was never buried. The ministerium in Coatesville will give him a proper burial on the anniversary of this lynching, which is in August. There will be, in addition to that, the community of Coatesville is going to do a silent march to the site of the lynching. And finally, we will be having a forum that day on racism and violence. Because what has to happen now, as we look at the history, Black history, never went in a straight line. It's like a set of steps. Every time there's an advancement, there's people who try to push it back. And that's exactly what's happening now, all right? So how do we make the public aware and understand that violence is what happens when you don't stop discrimination? Is to have this discussion on racism and violence led by the community and the faculty, some of our emeritus faculty will prepare, and I hope Lincoln will help us with this, will be preparing a website of the history as well as the questions that we have to ask today. So it's been a pleasure to be on this board. My job right now is I have 3 academic projects. I still have my cognitive ability left. I know what happens now. I'm in my 80s, and when I still have my energy left, I'm going to get them done. One is to co-edit the Douglass book. Second, I'm 3/4 of the way through a book of essays on issues in politics, which will not make a lot of people in this county happy. And third, is for 45 years, I've been saying I'm going to take my dissertation and get it into published form and update it. And for 45 years, I haven't done it. And before I die, I'm going to get it done. So thank you for the opportunity to hear about this. Mr. Bruce, Chairman Bruce is right. I remember what this board was like over a decade ago when I got on it in 2015, and I see the difference today, and boy, is it ever a difference.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Very, very good. Thanks for that history lesson.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We really appreciate that, and we appreciate you. President Allen, your report.
Good morning. And I
Good morning.
add my thanks to Senator Dinniman. What people may not know is when he was a sitting senator, he was on that appropriations committee. And in my time going there and then on that big podium, he would always give me an opportunity to talk about the strength of the liberal arts.
Absolutely.
A chance to educate. And so I do know firsthand that Senator Dinniman advocated for Lincoln and his appropriation as senator. And we appreciate all that we've given and looking forward to those books.
Absolutely.
And you know, 45 years, you get that dissertation done, Joe. Yeah, thank you. All right, so most of my report today will sort of be a tag team between myself and my enrollment people. Ms. Maya Matt and Edison will give us an update on what's going on at SACE, especially given some of the shifts and turns in executive orders that are happening. It's a whirlwind. One day it's up, one day it's down. We'll get there, but we can move forward one slide. So I just wanted to give you some updates. We talked about some of the things that have happened since November. Maya will give us an update of where we are on this year's recruitment for the new first year class. We'll talk about those enrollment challenges that Chairman Bruce talked about, and we talked about yesterday in one of those meetings, you know, it's all day long. And then I've asked Edison to give us an update. So if you move to the next slide, a couple of these things we talked about already, and again, I won't steal Edison's thunder, but we did have a great opening of our workforce center down at SACE. I have to say, I wrote the board a really nice end of the year email, trying to highlight some stuff before the holiday. I don't know, it got sent to Adriana, but it didn't get sent to you all, because I was like, why are they excited about that? And just hit me back and say, great, but I never said it. One of the things that was in there was really telling you about the event, and Edison may bring it up more, but it was great to be there. First of all, standing room only. People came out from all over Philadelphia. They seemed very interested in us moving into this workforce area. As Chairman Bruce said, we got the check that's gonna help us to do some of the renovation. But also just a lot of confirmation from folk and different organizations that are really engaged in this workforce development, post-secondary credential space. And so I'm just looking forward to what we're able to do. Second big piece of news at the end of the year last year was that Moody's upgraded us from negative to stable. So our rating stayed the same, but we were in a negative outlook. And Wilburn just gave me sad news yesterday that the young man who actually moved our thing through Moody's was actually on that plane that crashed into the Potomac. And so, you know, I said a prayer for him and his family yesterday. He was so great, you know, Wilburn's numbers and my ability to, you know, just tell him what we're doing. When he left out, he said, I think we're gonna be able to get you upgraded to stable, and he did. And so in this is the link to the actual Moody's report that I meant to send you in December, that just lets you see the outlook. And so they are looking satisfied with where we're going, but mostly the management of the dollars made sense to Chris and the other guy. And then finally, Chairman Bruce already talked about Thurgood Marshall, press release on Canvas, one of the things, Ravonda, and actually I should introduce Ravonda. Ravonda Dalton, most of you may know her as, she's been here since I got here, helping with events. But as Diane has stepped down to very part-time, Ravonda has stepped in to help as chief of staff. She has been chief of staff for like 4 chancellors or something in North Carolina. And so we figured, okay, we got her around. She can step into this really quickly. So if you don't mind welcoming her to a new role, that has but anyway, it was a great opening. The Thurgood Marshall College Fund people, they tell me was, you know, really hands-on, but they were able to move and shift with them. And I just got wonderful emails back to just compliment the staff for their ability to pivot, to listen, to think. The funniest thing I heard is that when they set up the room, they had white chairs, we didn't know all the chairs had to be black. So we had to run around campus and find all black chairs to set up. So they were, so that's how involved they were. So we did it, and we thanked the group for doing that. big piece of news is that it's a $25 million grant, 2/3 of Marshall College Fund to offer grants to HBCUs to do projects related to infrastructure and capacity. And so it'll be open to all the HBCUs to be able to apply. You can apply for a grant up to $2.5 million. I plan to apply for one of those grants really fast. Those are most of the happenings. Oh, one other one that I didn't put on there is I received a really nice note today from a woman who's on the school board in Oxford. So as our Rivera is closing down for renovation, we have been trying to find a place to play our basketball games, and we ended up, working out something with Oxford. And we have gone through the process of moving our shot clocks there and getting it set up. But there's some people in town who didn't like the idea that Lincoln would be playing in Oxford. And so they raised all these concerns that had questionable reasoning behind it. And so apparently 14, 15 of our students went to the school board meeting and they spoke about why it shouldn't be a problem for Lincoln, that we're part of the community and on and on. And so I got a note back from someone who was in the audience, just praising them on their ability. But mostly a plea to the community to be more open-minded, right? To not let prejudice and bias guide how they think about where we are. I mean, it was really bad. All of our basketball players had to be fingerprinted. There were all implications that maybe, our fans would, hurt the kids. I mean, it was really something out of the birth of a nation, as far as I'm concerned. But the students did a wonderful job of just holding their own and making an argument for how we need to sort of look beyond old prejudices. And so again, they always make me proud when they go out into the community, and when people send us notes back to praise them, it feels really good that they're being great ambassadors. So we can move on.
Yeah, I can just make this quick, they sent a video, Drake sent a video of their, cause when they spoke at board meeting, the students, he sent a video of it.
Oh, okay.
I just welled up because I said, wow, these guys, their leadership, but also their ability to communicate and articulate their perspective in a way that, was a very negative thing that was happening. Comments that were being made, things that were on social media. But the way that they handled it was impressive because they're young people, right? We forget they're young people. But they really made Lincoln University proud in terms of addressing the issue, talking through their own perspective and what we should be doing going forward. In fact, I probably made some of those people feel like a little embarrassed because these are young people telling us things that we should be telling them. So I want to commend our students. It's those same student leaders that made such a difference. They're not all graduating either, which is good.
And see, one young man was a freshman. So, they're coming through the ranks still hanging on.
What's the status of the relationship since then?
So, the school board had already moved forward with letting us do it, but once we got everything in place, the season's almost over right now. The last thing I heard though, I'm sorry, Harry had to change his air, his air, because of the snow, but what happened then was that there's still a little back and forth in terms of changing the time. So they're putting our practices later and later. So we're almost through this season, and then we'll have some time to see what the relationship is and whether or not we need to rethink what we do next year's season. We've been playing most of our games at, I think it's the science center that St. Joe's bought. So we've been playing it in Center City, Philadelphia this time. And you know, it's worked, it's a nice facility, they offer a lot, but it's so far away so that not a lot of students can attend, and that's the issue for me. Oxford was perfect. Abbey Road, we had too many clashes with timing, so that one didn't work out. We actually moved our shot clocks to gave them shot clocks because they didn't have shot clocks. We made adjustments to their court so that it'll fit NCAA standards. Took them a while to figure out how to make the shot clocks work. So at this point, all we're doing is practicing there, but there still seems like there's a little bit of manipulation going on.
I would, if things don't progress, I'm not sure if my 2 locations in YMCA's are feasible. Gem size, but if not, we can explore that.
Okay, I think we may have looked, but I think we can look again. For sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Could you share that video of the students?
Yeah.
I have one too. I'll share it with you. We'll send it to Adriana and I'll also share the letter that I got from the person continuing. Okay, so next slide, I'm gonna turn this over to Maya. You all met Maya she's the Associate Vice President for enrollment.
Something like that. Depending on the day of the week. Is there a clicker? It is very okay. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to see everyone's faces today. For those that were able to join us last night, I hope that you got a really good foundation on kind of what the landscape is, right? And the multiple challenges and opportunities that we have going forward. So as I'm going over where we are and kind of what the plan is, I also want to make sure that we're acknowledging what has happened in 2024 and how we're moving forward in a better way in order to make sure that we're shoring up our enrollment numbers and especially our incoming student numbers as we're going. A lot of this focus today is going to be on main campus recruitment. I know we had a robust discussion and everybody had a lot of thoughts about SACE last night and the opportunities with those students that had no or some college, but today is really focusing on that main campus experience, just so that everybody has a foundation for what we're talking about.
Mike, can I just also?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we know that enrollment is really the combination of new student recruitment and then retention of those who are enrolled. So we're gonna focus only on recruitment today. And in April, we will talk about what we're doing to think about the retention challenges.
Thank you, President Allen. So this is where we are. This is just a high level number. I'll compare where we are compared to previous years in the next slide. But a couple of things that I want to point out. We have a couple of different statuses that we usually have within admissions. Of course, we have those that have applied, and those tend to be those that have submitted an application. There's a status even above that is of started application. When you look at the started application pool, we're talking about over 7,000 students that have started an application. Submitted an application, we're about 4,880, a little over 4,800. That means that a student has submitted an application, but they may not have submitted the documents that go along with it. So transcripts, things of that nature. Completed application means that we have their full package. Admitted, of course, means that they have gained entry into the institution. And then, of course, deposited means that they have put down their money towards being able to come to Lincoln. We look at that on the SACE as well as the main campus side. The difference with SACE is that you'll see that the bottom category is moved to student. So at SACE, there is no deposit that happens. There is an intent to enroll that they do, and that confirms that they are coming to Lincoln. All right, but right now that is where we are. We can go ahead and roll forward. As we're looking at our year-over-year comparison, you'll see that the blue is 25, orange is 24, and we are looking at 23. 23 was a great year for us, and that is the one that I am using to pace how we are doing as we are going through this particular 25 semester. So you'll see right now that our application numbers again are up. We're participating, for those that were here yesterday, Dr. Perez was talking about direct admit programs and things of that nature. And so we are participating in 2 direct admit programs that I think are helping us to increase the number of students that are at least starting an application. And what happens in a direct admit program is that, similar to what he said yesterday, is we have sent Common App and College Board. We have sent them, like, this is our main criteria for regular admissions. And so what they do is they send it out to the student and say, hey, Pennsylvania student, based on your GPA or your background, you are admissible to Lincoln University. Submit your application. Okay. So I think that is helping to contribute, and in Common App especially, we're about 4% up from where we were last year in our application pool, which I think is a good thing. But the challenge is, of course, is in converting those students down the funnel, which is going to be our next category, which is our admits. We are trending a little ahead of where we were in 23. As we looked at what happened in 24, we saw that we weren't doing our due diligence on all of our processing pieces. So where we're usually about 80 to 85% conversion on the completed applications to a decision, whether it's a deny or admit. Last year, we were only at about 60%. So that makes a big difference in getting those decisions out to those students. And that was absolutely a personnel issue that we had during that time. So that's something that we're making a really concerted effort this semester in making sure that we are getting that turnaround on those applications and that we're refining our processing piece to make sure that that doesn't become an additional barrier in addition to all the other barriers that we have.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
The past debacle, what role did that play?
The overall FAFSA debacle, I think it definitely impacted us particularly. Nationwide, it was about 8.8% down FAFSA filing. It's still a little too early to see what the overall impact will be for us. But it definitely impacted the overall enrollment, I would say.
It'll be less of an impact this year.
That is the hope. That is the hope. I'm gonna talk about financial aid and kind of where things are overall. And I will go a little bit more in detail once we get to that slide. All right, perfect. Now, we are still early in the, and sorry, my ears are really bad and the fan is loud over there, so that's why I had to walk a little closer. So as we're looking at the deposit phase, we are behind where we were in 2023. The difference though, between 23, 24 and now is the timeline of which the FAFSA is a big part of that, right? People want to know, how much am I going to be financially obligated before I put my money, right? So in 2023, FAFSA rolled out in October, right? So we had the financial aid packages that were able to come out in December, January, very early in the process. Of course, last year, we were in May, April is when we did our estimated decision. And then this year, we are in an earlier space where we are actually starting to roll out. At the end of last week, we were starting to get our videos ready and be able to roll out our FAFSA, our aid packages this and next week. So we're excited to be able to get that going because that is where we'll start to see that payoff on the deposited side for incoming students. As we roll to transfers, we can switch to the next slide. As we roll to transfers, we'll see that we are seeing some increases on the transfer side. And that has been a really strong effort that we're trying to do with transfers for a lot of different reasons. We know that demographically, that is a great group that has a little bit more density than some of the first-time college student numbers. And so we're trying to maximize these MOU partnerships that we have. We're doing better with communicating and really streamlining how we get our transfer students in and through the process. This spring was an example of that, where we are getting back to previous numbers for our incoming students for spring. And I know we don't talk about spring a lot, but spring does help continue to enforce and stabilize some of those enrollment pieces. So spring is something that we're going to be paying attention to a lot more as we're going forward. But as we're looking at our transfer numbers, you'll see that, and again, transfers tend to be a little bit like actors. So you'll see that applied number, we have a good number of students that are applied. The admitted and deposit, it looks the same, but it's not. When you put it on the same spreadsheet, it was a lot lower. So, but we are looking at our admitted student numbers and how we are approaching our transfer students. And then, of course, moving on to deposits, but transfers tend to be a lot later in the cycle than first year students. So that will be a group that we want to continue to look at. But the positive thing that I'm seeing is that we're getting students to apply a little bit earlier within that process. And we're partnering strongly with our athletics department, who does have a high impact on those transfer students in the transfer portal, to make sure that we are getting them earlier into the funnel so that they can get their business and their transcripts and their transfer evaluations taken care of in a much faster pace. We can move to the next one. All right, so some of these challenges, you can jump straight ahead. So we were talking in the September board meeting about yield. Yield is the point from where a student has been offered admission to the point that they deposit. That is what a yield is. Our yield at Lincoln historically has been about 12%. Now, some of those, we have had a couple of years that have been a little bit higher, and we've had some additional funds, HERF and those sort of money. But we are well, even with that time, we are well below what the national average is on converting and yielding students. So we're looking at how we increase this, right? We want to get to a point where we are getting up to about 20%. So right now, that's about an 8% increase from where we are, 8 to 9% increase. Eventually, though, we want to get to about a 25% yield, which we think is something that will help us become a sustainable number. And of course, we want to get to the national average or higher, but I think there's some more work that we're going to have to do on the back end with some infrastructure pieces as we're looking to get to that national average. We can keep going. So these are just some numbers that we started to project to look at what happens when we go to this national average, right? We talk about applications aren't a problem for us, it's the yield, right? But as we're looking at these numbers, and I try to explain this to my team as we're going, I'm like, if we can increase our yield, the desire and the need to stuff the proverbial ballot box is not going to be as high. If we take care of the students within the funnel and really work that yield piece, so that application to admits that admits to deposit, we really work that piece, we can actually have a higher dividend with less work. Work a little smarter, not harder. As we go forward though, if we were ever to get to the point where we had the national trends, that application number would drastically change. We're talking about 4,000 number less applicants that we would have to have in order to meet our goal. If we can figure out what we need to do in order to make sure that we're meeting some of these national trends. And again, what Dr. Perez talked about yesterday is a huge part of us trying to get to this national trend piece, where we have institutions, especially predominantly white institutions, that are now really wanting to have some different focus in how they recruit students of color. With different scholarship opportunities, with different aid packages, with looking at Pell students and giving them free tuition, with looking at community college students and giving them free tuition in our areas that are really heavy focus for us, like the city of Philadelphia. You can keep going. So again, this is just comparing where we want to be, and this on the left is looking at us having a goal of a 20% yield as we're going and where we are currently. So we definitely, of course, have some room to grow on in really all of the categories except application. The application number, again, is not necessarily indicative of them submitting the application or completing the application, okay? So that is a part of this process that we are looking at as well. Enrolled, you'll see that has 0, even though it has deposited. Enrolled is what happens when a student is actually matriculated. Go ahead. I see a hand raised. Do you want to? There was a question.
Yes, yeah, trustee Corbin, just had one quick question. You mentioned your yield, getting up to 20%, 25%. What are the timelines around those goals?
Sure, so 20% is now. That is what, we are actively making sure that we are moving to. I would say 25, and 20 will likely be our goal for the next year or two. As we really refine our strategies and get a new executive director of admissions, in place. Dr. Raymond, departed from us, in early January. So we're in the process of hiring an executive director. So I am projecting that within the next 2 years is where we'll really be looking at stabilizing that 20%. I would say that 25% is within the 5-year strategic enrollment management plan, is where I would put my, this is where I would put our goals at this time.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, so we went over this slide. I'm not gonna go into it a lot, but I just wanted to remind you all of what we have been hearing about the challenges of yield from students that didn't attend here. So financial concerns are always a big concern for everyone. And as Dr. Perez was saying yesterday, you know, especially when it comes to some of the demographic students that we tend to serve. Our location and our geography, our academic program connection and a perceived lack of specific academic programs. And then the communication with Lincoln, having issues with reaching important offices and not understanding what the next steps are. Did you want to say something, President?
No, I'm just saying, you know, the way we look at it is as we sort of deal with the yield challenges, what we've been talking about is how do you take those challenges and the money is one thing, right? So there's some things we can do with money that we did a couple of years ago that might be helpful. And we're talking about some of that. Maya will talk about some of that, right? In the absence of a lot of money, if you take a little money and offer people a signing bonus, for example, we've seen yield go up in that way. Then you gotta worry about the melt from that, though. If people sign on because they'll get that. But things about programming, can't do much about location. I told you yesterday, these are the same exact reasons why kids say they need COVID, right? It's all the same thing. And so we're trying to, for us, a lot of it is message. Like when you're a liberal arts institution and you're dealing primarily with first generation students, right? We believe in our community that your major leads to your job. And that's just not the way the world works, right? And so being able to articulate the real value of not just liberal arts education, but all the things that we wrap around it, right? Like the Lincoln Legacy experience where you're doing internships, you're gonna have opportunities to do undergraduate research, and you're gonna have opportunity to meet all these industries and blah, blah, blah. Figuring out how to message that better for communities that don't really get the value of what we do is a real big challenge for us. And so some of that is in how we are developing our admissions people, right? We need to make sure that they can tell that story. And that will hit a lot of those things that people say about not having the program, because some of that is not gonna change, but
Right.
you know, that's really not how it works.
And that's why I wanted to make sure that perceived academic is there, right? Because we know the quality and what is available when you have a liberal arts education and the breadth of what you can experience with a liberal arts education. But that's not immediately what people think about when they hear that you may not have a quote unquote program that they have, right? Or that they think that they want, right? The other thing, yes, ma'am.
What is the, how able are you to make contact with those that have been admitted? Encourage it, make them possible.
We, that is part of what our strategy is. And that's getting, you know, the president and Dr. Coleman and I were talking about the other day about, like, what are the basics? Like, what are the basics that we really need to get back to? And then what are the best practices in how you convert students? And that admit to deposit connection, that relationship is one of the most impactful pieces. Them, of course, connecting with their admissions counselor, them having other connections on campus, them having connections with other students, and then their parents' connection to us. And I'm gonna talk about a little bit what the parents are also looking at, because they're a part of this equation as well. But we have the ability, and we need to be connecting with them after they're admitted, as well.
And would you consider at least some level of alumni participation?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, we've been so focused on technology, right? We don't have a CRM or whatever y'all call it, right? It's important to send out these mass letters, but you could give students a list of admitted students and they can send them an email or a text, right? You can have alumni in cities go and visit people. Right? So what we've been talking about is trying to take some of the best practices on recruiting happened at PWIs when they were really big into diversity, right? So for me at Smith, how do you get a Black woman who has been admitted to Harvard with a full ride to come to a women's college in Northampton, Massachusetts, right? You know, that's a sell. You gotta sell what you have. And when I think about what we have at Lincoln, so for example, a first-year student can come here and immediately get into the Thurgood Marshall Law Society. You want to be a lawyer? As a freshman, you can be in this, you can hang out with Venus, you can go visit law schools, you can start your LSA prep. I mean, we do things that they do at some of the best liberal arts colleges, and we don't know how to sell it. So we have to figure out how to sell it. And it's not, the technology helps, but a lot of it is just plain old, you know, trying to have faculty, right, students. You know, it's old fashioned.
But it works, and there's a reason why it's a tried and true method. Technology, yes, that, you know, students have a desire for instant gratification and, you know, being able to find things on their own, and, you know, there's web presence and other things that are statistically, you know, pointing to how they're making their choices and even how they're exploring institutions. But at the end of the day, what starts to connect students is those relationships, right? They want to feel connected. Everybody wants to feel connected. And I can't tell you how many times, you know, I've heard, I came here because of this person, or, you know, my admissions counselor, I still call my admission counselor to this day, or, hey, ambassador, I came here because you sold me on this experience. It's about the relationships, and even the counselors and the parents. It's about the relationships that we build that keep them here and that make them feel that they are part of a community and part of a family. Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I think we've already kind of said this, but, you know, again, being very old school, I'm about the personal contact, the visit, the phone call. I mean, I've done, you know, admissions type stuff as an alum from a very different institution. Folks do receptions who are alums in the area. You invite all the accepted students. The faculty reach out personally. And a lot of times, you know, faculty are extremely willing to do that once they know, like, to be honest, the reality of what's at stake.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would really try to push, you know, kind of. in those
Absolutely.
directions.
That is in the strategy, 100%. Yes. And then I'll keep rolling. Yes.
Assuming the benchmarks you looked at are like, looking at us versus like all institutions out there, all colleges.
Yes.
Is there a way to, or do we have a sense for how we fare against institutions that are more similar to us, it's kind of peer institutions?
Yes. So in which category? You talking about yield, or are you talking about?
Like yield in particular, but just kind of in general, all the metrics that you're looking at.
Sure. Yes and no. So we are able to have some comparative data to, you know, we have our list of comparables, competitive and aspirational peers. And we do have benchmarks, in some categories with yield and, with things of that nature, that they have, but, We do need to do a deeper dive, especially with those that are our competition. You know, we're talking about Delaware State, Westchester's, Hampton, Howard, you know, those are some of our competition category. I think we can do a much deeper dive within that. A lot of it is right now, some higher trends that we're looking at.
But you don't see a major difference between the national average versus like the average?
No, not necessarily. You know, some of our, you know, as I look at a lot at like what Pashy is doing and what, you know, Cheney is doing, they're still around that 25 to 30% yield, even within Pashy. I used to work in Pashy, so I used to be a lot in my fellow schools data. But they were still around that 25 to 33% conversion rate, even within the Pennsylvania school systems as well. So.
Trustee Lawson.
Yes.
I would just restate, I think I said this prior our last board meeting, that I would hope that the board really takes under consideration the investment in marketing and philanthropy in regards to those apartments for the university. I believe that is a continuously an area of need for a variety of different reasons. And without marketing, public relations, and philanthropy, we're going to continue to have conversations centered around this and other things that would be not conducive to the advancement of the university.
And so you're absolutely right. You know, we should say that much of the investment that we made over the last couple of years in outsourcing, a big portion of that money has gone specifically to a group that supports enrollment. So the growth that we have seen has come a lot from that, but we're in a different space now than we were when they came on. Applications were not the same. You know, so that meant that, you know, just noticing who we were had sort of gone down. And they rebuilt that, as we see in the number of applications. And some of it was just opening up the avenues for the applications. So we're now not at the place where apps are a problem, yield is our problem. And so with yield is something totally different. So the strategy has to be different. So what we've been doing, especially with the marketing and BABA ad hoc committee, is sort of looking at how do we now bring some of that marketing and branding back in-house. So we've gone through as us administration, and we've gone through that outsourcing, all those contracts, and we pulled back dollars. Marty has now let me know when we pull back those dollars, what she needs specifically on the admission side that's not being covered. We're still getting some help, but there's some holes there. What we need primarily for the advancement philanthropy part, and then there's the general universal. So we'll now take the money that we've identified and figure out how to get what we need that's closer to what our challenges are at this moment, because they're different than what they were in 21. So we're thinking about the same thing that you're thinking about.
Definitely was recognized and something that we moved in the direction of. I mean, it's one of the reasons we put together the ad hoc committee to support Dr. Allen. Sort of reimagining what we're doing there, and how do we get to a place where we are routinely marketing, promoting. But before we do that, we also want to make sure that we start to build out the Lincoln brand. You know, I was struck yesterday by a question that was up last night. What is the unique value proposition for Lincoln? And there were different answers to that question. It should be.
I think one more thing before you move on to around the finance and connect to that to what Dr. Perez said last night, and that is, you know, this whole idea of what people are able to pay and what they're willing to pay, right? And it's a really interesting thing with African American people. But it seems as from what he was saying last night, it could be all people, but I've just seen it in Black people. I think that's all I know. But anyway, you know, most of the kids that we offer full rides to, or we offer those great provosts and deans, they come from families who actually have the ability to pay, which is pretty much right. And so when we look at deep in our data and we look at, well, who actually comes and who actually graduates, and look at our goal to increase the preparedness of the first year students, there's so many confounds and preparedness, SES, and then who's getting a merit scholarship. So we're giving merit scholarships to families that actually could really pay.
Exactly.
And they're getting merit scholarships because they had great opportunity in K-12. So they're very prepared. And when they come here, they do well because they are the ones who graduate in 4 years. Challenge for us is we can't buy a whole class. The places that are doing really well with it, they're buying whole class.
Buying the class.
You know, they have the money to buy the whole class. And so, you know, when your money's not there in that way, the challenge is even more, right? Because some places are filling their class with students who are underprepared. And then if you look at their data, there's this 3-year cycle, right? They're coming and you don't really have to kick them out on financial aid until about the 3rd semester. You give them a chance to catch up to a 2.0 and they never get there. And then by the time they become a 1st semester sophomore, they're gone, but they've already accumulated a year and a half of debt that they're never gonna be able to pay off because they're so far down the hole that it's gonna be hard to come back up, right? We don't wanna do that. There's something immoral about that, right?
Yes.
But at the same time, we wanna get these better students, but we have people with a mentality that says, well, I'm not gonna send them to Lincoln if I gotta pay. But I'll send them to Trinity College.
Yes.
And I'll pay
there.
$80,000 a year for that because I value that more, right? So there's something in how we value our own education, which is, you know, when you're doing your paper, Senator, check this one out for us, right? Because it's a constant fight with us in terms of how we even value ourselves. And so the psychologist in me says it's deeper than what we see on the surface, but definitely what's happening in terms of how we make choices for certain schools. Now, Spelman and Morehouse and Hampton and Howard are 4 of the schools where that is not what's driving it. Because there's this perceived level of prestige as an HBCU, right? And Lincoln, to get back to that reputation will take more. I mean, so the things we're doing strategically to try to build that up are the things that bring that reputation back, which comes back to my initial thing and says, we then need to know how to sell it. Because if we can sell it, then, you know, we may be able to consistently change and move that perception to saying it's worth paying the $30,000 to come here. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just to build on what you said, Dr. Allen, and a little bit of what I mentioned is, because you mentioned those 4 schools and the perceived value, that is the most key important thing of how we articulate that to the public and in terms to our alumni. I think that's what's missing from a marketing standpoint.
Yeah.
And if you think about totally different industry, think about the military, the most prestigious branch of the military would be the Marines. It's the hardest branch of the armed services, but they meet their recruitment numbers on a regular basis. And it is the hardest, I know that because my father and several members of the Marines, it's the hardest branch to get through. But they get it, and when you look at a Marine Corps commercial, it's still like, come join the Marines. And it's like the best commercial ever. I don't know who does it, but we need to find out who does it.
Who does it?
It like pulls you, and you know, probably because I used to want to be a Marine a long time ago, it still pulls me, and I'm almost 50.
They look good.
And it still pulls like.
But Trustee Lawson, I think that gets to, and President Allen, what you're saying is the perceived value of what you think you're gonna pay for versus what you're willing to pay for, right? So when you look, so students will tell us cost is the reason. When you look at national data though, and again, if you broke this down by race and ethnicity, it may be a little bit different in its socioeconomic income. But when you look at the top 3 reasons why students pick institutions, academic quality, desired program, job placement. Number 4 is cost of attendance. When you look at the statistics from NESI, the report, they say 75% prioritize academic academic reputation. 73% are prioritizing job placement. 53% are having affordability be that prioritization. So it's about the perception and what you're paying for determines what you're willing to pay, right? So what is that story that we're telling that says that this is the education that is worth investing in? So I'm gonna keep on rolling because I know I'm way my time. But there's two things that I wanted to share with you all. One of the things with President Allen saying with, you know, what are these micro scholarships that we can have or these mini scholarships? For every 1,000 from College Board and NACUBA, which is the Business Affairs National Organization, they're saying for every 1,000 increase in institutional aid, it increases the likeliness of enrollment by 2 to 3%. So these little micro scholarships can make a difference, you know, 2 or 3%, you know, it ain't gonna necessarily fill up the class, but it's gonna get us some more students maybe that we didn't have. I wanted to share this as well with, as we were talking about these gaps and what our students have. This is what we actually pulled this week from our most recent data about our incoming students. We're seeing that there's still significant gaps. We're talking about, you know, a little over 12,000 and don't forget SAI, EFC is now SAI, okay? So it used to be like a 0 EFC, now it's a negative 1,500, is the lowest of what students can contribute. So we still see, even with in-state students getting Pell, getting full Pell and getting their full FIA, there's still a $12,000 gap that these students will have. And even as you're going to those that are still Pell eligible, and even in-state students, you're talking about a $12,000 to $19,000 gap. Now we have some pretty good institutional scholarships, but still, you're still talking about pretty significant gaps for those that may have the Provost Scholarship, which is a $12,000 scholarship for in-state students. If a student is even in that still Pell eligible bucket, you're still talking about a $6,000 to $7,000 gap that they may have. So we are having students that are having significant financial concerns when it comes to how they're going to fill this gap. Some of it is of course, institutional aid. Some of it is federal dollars. On the previous slide, and hopefully you guys can see that at some other point, you'll see the institutional aid that we have coming in and the number of federal scholarship or federal loans and aid that we have coming in. But we still have a significant number. We're almost spending as much as we were in past years and how much students we had Pell, because our Pell number has gone up so significantly compared to previous years.
When you put the loan in there, that goes down by almost half, right?
Depends on which loans that you have. Yeah, and what you're approved for. So you have your sub, you have your unsub, if they're denied for plus loans and things of that nature, but some of this is credit worthiness, especially for the plus loans as well. So those sub and unsubsidized loans, you're talking about maybe $3,000 or $4,000 per semester. And then if they do a plus loan, you might get an extra $2,000. We can keep on going. All right, so that's hard to see. I didn't realize how hard it was. So those were just some of those strategies that we talked about last time. Refining our financial aid strategies, diversifying our recruitment, really focusing on MOUs and transfers, looking at how we can change our visit experience, and then enhancing our communication and storytelling for our students. We can keep on going. So what have we done so far? We made an investment in some omni-channel communication opportunities. So we have developed some integrated, we're developing integrated communications that go within our CRM that take some of the manual work out of communicating with students and really be able to build it in to meet them at the time frame that they're at within the process. We also have enhanced our phone systems with the thanks of IT to be able to also start to incorporate some text messaging as well, which is where the students are. You know, we want to get to a point where we can send bulk messages. We're not there yet, but at least a counselor can message an individual student that they met and really engage them in some robust texting conversations, because that's what the students like to see. We want to develop a full communication plan, and we're doing that for the seniors right now. We want to eventually, as we look at a long-term goal, recruitment doesn't start your senior year. Recruitment starts in middle school, truly. But we want to start to develop that out. But for now, we're developing this full phone communication plan to keep them engaged and excited about Lincoln, and not just make it transactional. You know, hey, we need your transcript. Hey, give us your money. You know, we want to tell you about the experience that you're going to have. We want to connect you about what you can do in the residential hall. We want to make sure that we're addressing Maslow's hierarchy of needs so that you feel connected before you even get here. Hamilton did something great with reaching out with alumni and really doing some recruitment training to help us help our alumni represent us in spaces that we can't get into. And then we launched an admitted student portal. So something that is an active portal for them to be able to see all of the things that they need to do, but also see what's happening on campus to make them feel connected with our Lions Connect portal. We have worked on our value proposition and aid counseling. This spring, we are, of course, as I said, getting our financial aid packaging and being able to get it out in a couple of different ways, through video, through physical mail, through the house that has an explanation of their package, as well as their standard financial aid package that we get through the system. By doing it in a couple of different ways and a couple of different modalities, we hope that we're really able to meet people in the different ways that they learn and process information. We're having some familial wellness programs that really break down financial aid. Financial aid is a lot, right? Even for those that do it every day, I'm like, dang, that's a federal regulation. That's new to me. You know, or these changes that are constantly happening. So how do we break down? How do you understand loans? How do you understand institutional aid? How do you understand how all that fits together to pay your bills? So we're having this series that we're doing with families. We're hoping that we'll be able to have the series that they opt into all of it. But at least if they're only able to come to some pieces of it, that they're still getting information that is helpful to them, so that by the time they get here in the summer for Lion Link Ups, they are understanding how to pay their bill. They understand what to do. And now they're ready to enter into a space where they can be cleared before they even start this fall. And we're incorporating into a couple of different event types. As I said, we have the virtuals. During our mid-student visits, they'll be able to have some personalized visits with financial aid on site. And then we're incorporating this financial conversation even in our daily visits that tend to have anywhere from 9th graders to transfers that come through to understand costs, aid, and value proposition as well. Other things we've done to refine recruitment, we are continuing to do those Transfer Tuesdays that we talked about. We actually saw a return on that with one of our newest MOU partner, Rowan College. In New Jersey, we had 2 students that were able to come in through that MOU, but that was through a concerted effort of going to those Transfer Tuesdays, I think every other week. We're wanting to continue to increase that at our other, especially MOU partners. As we're going, we created an MOU strategy to be able to, of course, update, but streamline our creation and recruitment and communications for our MOU partners. And then we're going to be planning some blitzes, which are application instant decision days within some of our key territories, thinking about Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and potentially up in New York as well. We have a new position that is dedicated to events and visits. That event and visit piece is so crucial. That is one of those big markers of a student's potential to convert and yield. So having someone that is dedicated to that experience should help us see some increases within that space. And as we looked at some of our national data, they're saying that, you know, with if we're able to have this person really focused on our events and diversifying our events, we can see a 1 to 2% increase in just by having this position that focuses on events, 1 to 2% increase in overall yield from these events as well. We're diversifying our interactions. We have some counselor luncheons and those regional receptions you guys were talking about. We're looking at, again, how we do our daily visits and individualize that with our faculty. And then having some additional visit opportunities, such as the one we did in December at SACE with our forensic science students. So bringing students from the city of Philadelphia to SACE to have an immersive experience about forensic science. So we're looking to continue to build that with our faculty partners. This was just some of that data I was telling you all about what information they rely on in making their decisions. This one came from, I'm blanking on who this one came from. But anyway, this one is showing what are the things that they're looking to rely on when they're making their decision. The website was actually number one. And what they're saying, what the research is saying, oh, this came from EAB, that's what it is. So EAB says students like to research on their own. This generation of students, they are what we call self-searchers, right? They're gonna go on social media, they're gonna go on the website before they actually even reach out and put our name in our bucket. So we have to be looking at our website and our socials to make sure that they are what the information that the students want to see. And number two is parents and family, right? That courting of the parents and family is going to be a huge part of how we can help students flip from that yield. We have to make sure we're speaking the language of the parents, because the students are relying more and more on their parents than they have in previous years. Keep going. And then this is just some of the research this is from Encora, but what are some of the things that parents and families are looking for, and the top characteristics that they're looking for in the schools that they're helping their students choose? So academic performance, accommodations for disabilities, athletics ratings, scholarships and financial status, and career outcomes. So we're seeing a lot of those same themes that the students are looking for, what their parents are looking for, and what the national data is talking about in conversion. So what are some of the things that we're looking to do as we're looking over the next 4 to 6 months? Of course, increasing that financial literacy communication, identifying with staying in budget, how we stay within our, how we identify some micro scholarships, as President Allen was talking about, how we continue to improve our aid packaging, how we utilize specialized and personalized admitted student financial aid counseling, and how we promote early work study. So there's other avenues that you can have to help pay for your education. So how do we talk about work study on campus employment as another revenue, another space for them to understand how they can pay for their education and or finance the life when they actually get here. As we're looking at our academic programs, we want to continue to do the showcases and expand upon the special programs showcase with doing things, especially STEM has been really, really excited. But you know, even moving beyond STEM, our business, we have so many great academic programs we want to be able to showcase and highlight. We want to enhance, as we were talking about, our faculty involvement in recruitment. And again, back to the basics, having them do phone calls, having those letters that come from the department chairs, having students from those areas give those families a call. Develop our academic programs fact sheets, having things that they can walk away with that show the value of the programs and the different things that students can do. And then looking at our transfer space, looking at their credit evaluations at the point of admission. There's a new act that came out from Pennsylvania, Act 69, that for certain programs, it does have a guaranteed transfer of junior status. So we're looking at how we incorporate that into this as well. And of course, this is for Pennsylvania and only for specific programs. But it helps, as we were talking about yesterday, about those transfer students knowing what their credit evaluations are going to come in so that they can make informed decisions about what they're going to do. Our communication, looking at, again, our personalized communication plan, our response times, and parent-focused engagement. And then on some of our operations side, looking at how we use our dashboards, how we use virtual engagement, what is our second review process for those that may not meet regular criteria, but have high promise? How do we reduce time on our processes? And how do we recruit back students that have left the university? Go ahead. Long term, we're looking at financial optimization and sustainable financial scholarship models, looking at some of our peer institutions, you know, like Delaware State, they're doing really, really well. They have some in-state tuition scholarships that pay for their tuition if they are coming from Delaware with a 2.75 or above. So what are some of those strategies that we may be able to have that will help us create some optimized financial aid packaging? That typically takes a lot of data points and a lot of research, but it's something I think that it would be a really great investment for us to have, so that we're giving the money to the people that need it and being able to make those informed decisions on if Trustee Lawson only needs 200 to come to Lincoln, but Dr. Garcia needs 5,000. I may not know that, but this optimization would say, if we give him this and we give her this, they're this much more likely to come, instead of just doing a blanket over everybody. We want to make sure that we're exploring other income sharing or financial agreements that can help students with their tuition. Of course, we want to tap those alumni for any opportunities for scholarships. We're looking at dual enrollment in early college programs. Even if it's not something that we create, how do we partner with people that have those programs, such as Cecil College down the road? How do we also promote postgraduate programs and pathways? We met with CCP the other day about one of their programs that they have for students after they leave Lincoln. So how are we talking about enhancing those programs and explaining it to students at the point of admission that these are the opportunities that you have? We're looking at our technology and our communication with a CRM, developing our ambassador network, and really developing this each one bring one concept where we are really tapping into our community, not just our alumni, but our current students, our staff, and really everybody that goes out should be able to tell the Lincoln story and what our value proposition is. So how do we arm that and really put that out to the community that we're all a part of this recruitment pieces? We're expanding our Spanish language outreach. We're really, again, looking to build out that year-round communication that starts communicating to students even from 9th grade. Facilities-wise, we're looking at upgrading first-year housing and further developing living and learning communities, such as the one we're going to have in Crescent Hall this fall, which is going to be really exciting. That is going to explore the Underground Railroad and African-American public history. So those are some of our long-term goals. I'm going to pause there because that's the end, but any questions, or President Allen, anything to add?
Well,
Yes.
there's a couple of options that you explained well, and that is the combination of whether it be dual enrollment or whether it be what colleges are doing now is somehow combining a bachelor's degree with another university who's offering a master's degree.
Yeah, 5+1s or.
And so one of the appeals is how you do this combination. You have a great many students in some schools that because of not having enough money aren't offering AP courses in others, or schools where students are sort of caught. They're very bright, but caught sort of dead end because there's nothing in the high school for them really to continue to do. So the question is how everything is structurally changing. Those lines of 4 years and so forth are evaporating. And in dual enrollment, in many high schools, they're going to pay for the students, so their first 2 years are free. And you only have 2 more years to go. The other thing is Cheney has something, it's an honors college. I'm not quite sure how it works, but it gets more state monies. Perhaps however that works, and the reason that is getting the money, perhaps Lincoln can also do something similar. Do you know much about that, or I mean?
We have our honors program here, but the honors college, especially getting more money, I don't know, have much information about that. I don't know if Dr. Joseph does or doesn't.
Well, I'm just thinking because I know there's always an appropriation, something for the Lincoln's Honors College. That's 4 years ago that I left the Senate, so my memory isn't as good on that as it should be. So I think that those two things, because if I know that I can have some credit as a high school student, even a senior, that I'm going to get some credits by going to Lincoln a year early. So instead of early admissions is actually a year early admissions. And if I know that I'm going, I mean, one of the things also, some medical schools, you can go 3 years to the college and then go right into medical school. So is trying to figure out those combinations, I think, is a wonderful way to recruit students because it's saving money, they're saving time, and it's just an approach that many schools are using now.
Yeah, and dual enrollment does tend to convert students a lot more. But you are seeing a lot of, you know, the 5+1s or, you know, things of that nature, or double dipping in programs, you know, their senior year where they can take classes, you know, that are for their undergrad, but can also count for their master's. So there's lots of different combinations.
Those are some of the specifications. So when we go back to all these things about value proposition, branding, these are already options that are available. Whether or not we are communicating those clearly to people about them being options is what the obstacles are. So for example, we just signed an MOU with Westchester State and in their allied health school about some of these abilities to matriculate directly from here to a master's program in some of the highly sought after areas for our students. We talked yesterday about same thing and trying to rethink engineering back to where it was before. Those are our traditional 3 2s, right? We've always had them and we still have them. We have early assurance for kids going to medical school, we do that. We're not very good at telling that story. And we're not very good at having students and faculty tell that story to prospective students and their parents. And that's our biggest challenge, I would think. So thank you. We just wanted to make sure we went through this and we'll do another one in April that talks about retention, because again, enrollment is a combination of recruitment and retention. And we have challenges on both sides, and money is the top one for each one of them. However, before we move on, just wanted to, Edison, to briefly bring you up to date on what's going on at state. So we had, you know, this great launch, but a lot of what's happening at states and moving into the workforce has gotten caught up in all these executive orders. And, you know, we've gone from being excited to being depressed, being excited again. So I just want him to bring you up to date to let you know where we are in some of this initial funding and whether or not things have been paused and moved forward and so on. So Edison.
Very fluid situation, say the least.
Exactly. But first, let me start with how we ended the year, and thank you, Chairman Booth and Dr. Allen, for highlighting the event. I have to say that it's one among many that we plan to tell a story about the why they can do this work and how we're going to proceed. We were blessed that we had 33 agencies send representatives, and it encompassed employers, prospective funders, government entities, education, community-based partners. So we had a really good representation. And out of that is also an opportunity to deepen partnerships with key players. So Philadelphia Works, actually, you'll get this deck. There's a link to the event. They actually videotaped it and put it together. They submitted this to their funder as one outcome of the work that they're doing. And the funder was impressed, right? How we're approaching this work. So we're engaging in deeper conversation with Philadelphia Works that will encompass the entire institution. How might we partner together to be thinking about what the region needs, workforce needs has, and what's our role as a partner. In fact, the partnership has led us to being invited by Philadelphia Works to represent the region at the last meeting of the Good Jobs Challenge community of practice that's taking place in the spring. So we're excited about that. And then the second piece we were working is with USDOL and Jobs for the Future. So looking at the role that we can play to support other HBCUs thinking about the space. So we were looking to plan a convening of HBCUs interested in growing apprenticeships. So we were working at what would it take to host them. Unfortunately, that work is paused, but to be determined what's the next step. So we went from that momentum to in January starting to put in place the work. And then, as you know, we had to respond to some directives Specifically, the directive that impacted us directly, in terms of our pauses. It was the ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity, which required that every federal grant or contract to certify it is compliant with anti-discrimination laws and does not operate any programs promoting DEI that violate anti-discrimination laws. So imagine our funders getting that message, and so out of abundance of caution, they pause so that they can have conversations with their financial, their grant officer in DC. I'm really pleased to say, as Dr. Allen said, it's been sort of a pendulum swing in terms of emotion and information, that our Philadelphia Works is back online. We received news yesterday that the pause has been lifted and we can continue the work. But what that pause has meant is that we've had to delay the deployment of the medical assistant training program. We were expecting to start it in the end of February. And next week, we're gonna convene again in very active ways to see when we start. So I'm expecting to, by mid-March, to have that program started again. It's not easy to stop and start, because it also means that the partners that we've been working with is reestablishing that trust. Because there's this, like, how do we trust that this is not happening? And then in terms of the work that we were doing with Jobs for the Future to sort of what we at that time called the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in apprenticeships, that is paused. Initially, we had heard that it may have been completely gone away and the funding flowed back, but recent board decisions have put a pause. And I think that we're going through, if I have to sort of forecast, we're going through a way to understand what the word means in terms of how the directives are coming from the new administration. And if we look at this, and I was in DC earlier this week, if we think about it, the work that we're doing is really impacting about creating a healthy economy, which is something that this administration was elected to do. And to have a healthy economy, is that employers have to have good talent. So this idea of workforce development is a bipartisan issue. And last but not least, is just want to confirm with you that our community project fund is in the appropriations bill. It is supported by Fetterman. And again, it's going to be, that appropriation bill has to be voted by March 14th. And we're going to be keeping our eyes on it and also educating our officials about its value to this region. Oh, sorry, can I go back? I apologize. I went directly to the impacts. Just want to let you know that we're doing our work related to the upgrades of our classroom instructional technology infrastructure, working closely with my colleague Yeda and Mel Fenner. We're doing some de-installing starting this month to sort of plan for the installation of the equipment. So at some point, we hope to invite you when we get a ribbon cutting of those classrooms later in the spring. And then, with the School District of Philadelphia, this spring, we will continue. We're going to be recruiting a new cohort and draw down on that funding that they required. Next. What else happened is that it didn't just affect our sort of programs that were directly funded with federal funding, but as you recall, one of the strategies is also to build out an online presence and to do it with third-party providers. And we are focusing on technology solutions. That also briefly was paused because our partners also had to take stock of what they need to do. And some of it was about reframing some of the language of how we were positioning the programming, and others just to understand about the impact of the directors, even in the private sector. So what we did is our first cybersecurity online training shifted now to firm March 31st date. We have a website. We're going to get that information to you. We're starting actively to recruit. And then good news is that we have 6 scholarships for our alumni and students to participate in this first cohort. And then we have a second cohort starting in June 27th. The same thing happened with Amazon Institute. We're going to start in the spring, our first cohort. They requested that we hold off another quarter and start conversation about starting that in July. And in addition to that, locally, employers are putting a pause and coming together to think about how might we work in the tech sector in thinking about talent development. And again, it's about trying to understand what is happening to see how's that going to impact that work. But what we think is that I'm bullish. What I think is going to happen is that this work is just going to be more important for 2 reasons. One, there's already a general understanding that the military budget will increase. So that means there's going to be more emphasis on cybersecurity and cloud services. And in addition to that, we've already seen this, is that there's a huge application of emerging technologies to processes, governmental processes and everything. And I'm really speaking about the AI sort of infrastructure that's coming into play. So we know that that's going to impact the workforce. Indirectly, it might be displacing people. And in other ways, we might need to train people in those technologies. So I think that, again, the idea of investing in workforce again and again comes out as it's going to be a bipartisan issue. And that's how we have to frame it and have to figure out how we get that information to our representatives so they can continue to support this work.
You know, you're right. In some ways, it's just words, aren't we? We're dealing with semantics. Instead of DIE, we just replace other words. I know one university was just changed from DEI to equal opportunity and compliance, an old term. So maybe what has to happen is it's just a matter of figuring out the right words and then going forward because the goal is there.
Right, so exactly. So I think we kind of, I was alluding to that by saying build shorter, flexible strategic plans, right? Goals, which is how do we frame the work we do in the ways that resonate with the needs of our community, but also abide by these new directives.
Precisely.
So it means that we look at funding carefully.
This is exactly what we've been doing with the affirmative action since it was signed, right?
Yes.
With every legal, whatever, we've had to pivot and really figure out. What's a little scary right now, though, is that they're saying we're looking for the ways in which people are trying to manipulate what they're doing and hide what they're doing. So they're making that even harder. But where there's a will, there's a way.
Absolutely. Now they're building big list of things. I think they've got them all covered, right? There you go.
You know, yeah. Okay.
Exactly. So, yes, so let's be strategic and also thoughtful about the partnerships we have and engage in conversation where we have a shared risk reward. And that's going to be our approach. So we keep our eyes on our North Star, but we also have to be flexible in the short term to be happy. I'm skipping the second one because we are now going into implementation. We're sure we put this slide together. The cost would be lifted with the funding supporting the medical system training. I also encourage us, and thank you for Dr. supporting me. Is keeping our ears to the ground, going to these listening sessions, sharing that information. So please, if you know anything, you hear anything about meetings going on that are relevant to us, specifically to space and what we're doing, I'm more than happy to receive that information. And last but not least, it's really engaging in a nonpartisan way with everyone to say how important the work we do is. I can't emphasize enough and for us to be on part. So, I'm hopefully, excuse me, what is it, I'm optimistic and more than hopeful that we continue our work. It's delayed. We will, we will continue to do what we, to develop the same. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, I wanted him to do this because you saw he had pause on there. He sent me those slides yesterday. And then last night, he got unpaused. And so again, you just gotta be slow to react. If not, you're just gonna go on this roller coaster high and low, but I thought it was important. It was worse news yesterday, last night than it is this morning, so it looks like most things are back on. But how much more dips and dives we go through is what we need to all address. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you so much.
That ends my report, of which I had very little to do with, but I think all those topics were important for us to.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we'll have the treasurer's report, and I promise we'll take a quick break.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I would like to highlight the treasurer's report is, let's say, December 2023 and December 2024. It just comprised of 3 sections: our cash balances, our outstanding loans, and then our investments. What I will highlight here is that on the outstanding loans, we have the 2023 bonds that were refunded. We are looking at exploring an opportunity for a line of credit, and we hope to have that before the end of this fiscal year. Then on the investment, you heard from Bank of America this morning, comparing December 2023 and December 2024, there were some positive returns there. Last year, December 23 was at about 47 million and 51 million as of December 2024. That was a 9% net increase of $4.3 million. That concludes the treasurer's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all the work you've been doing. You've been busy. We appreciate you. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 11:33. We'll round it up. We'll be back at 11:45. Okay, thank you.
What?
I'm gonna try to keep it moving here. Nope. So we're gonna move to our standing committees. I'm gonna go right to trustee Sebastian.
Still morning, right? Yeah, good morning, so, yeah, so we did the update, again, the investment committee met, this past Tuesday, 8:01. In attendance was, myself, President Allen, Chairman Bruce, trustee Gore, trustee Jordan, trustee Louise, trustee Lewis, and, Will Lauren, Sorry, were there as well. We, again, had two pieces of business. The first one was the portfolio update, which we covered already this morning. And then the second piece was proposal on the spending rate for the endowment for this upcoming year. The proposal from Dr. Allen was a 5% spending rate, which matches what we did last year as well. There was good discussion around that, and the committee ultimately unanimously not approved, but unanimously made the recommendation to the board that we approve the 5% spending rate. And so we do have a resolution for that. So if there are any questions on that,
Thank you, trustee Sebastian. Let's move on to business.
Well, do you want to read the resolution?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
The resolution states, resolved that the Lincoln University Board of Trustees hereby approves a spending rate of 5% of the value of the endowment fund assets held by the university for 2025-2026.
Chairman Bruce, trustee RGS.
Their question?
Yes, what's a dollar equivalent of that percentage?
That's about 2.5 million.
2.5 million? Thank you.
The 3-year rolling average will be about 2.5 million.
Okay.
So move. To move, properly seconded. Any readiness questions? Let's roll call vote.
Chairman Bruce.
Aye.
President Allen.
Present.
Trustee Archie.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Board,
Yes.
trustee Cook,
Yes.
trustee Corbin,
Yes.
trustee Dix. Trustee Denneman. Trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Hancock,
Yes.
trustee Harrison.
Here.
Is that a yes?
Is that a yes or?
Trustee Johnson. Trustee Jones Clement,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jordan,
Yes.
trustee Lancaster,
Yes.
trustee Levis,
Yes.
trustee Lawson,
Yeah.
trustee May,
Yes.
trustee Lewis,
Yes.
trustee Love,
Yes.
trustee Johnson O'Sara,
Yes.
trustee Parker's a yes, trustee Ridley,
Yes.
trustee Rochester,
Yes.
trustee Sebastro,
Yes.
trustee Simmons,
Yes.
trustee Vaughn,
Yes.
trustee Walker.
Yes.
You did not call trustee Johnson.
Trustee Johnson.
Yes.
Reminder.
Oh, trustee Denneman?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry.
And trustee Dix, we just voted on the resolution. Yes, okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you. We have more things to do, so. It's the first run. My apologies for the lack of proper leadership. That said, the passes, thank you very much. Trustee Sebastian. Business Affairs, trustee, Dr. Wright.
Thank you, Chairman Bruce. The Business Affairs Committee met yesterday. We convened at 9:55. Youth enrollment for the current academic year, noting that we are 140 students below the budgeted expectations. We also reviewed the financial performance review, and we are still projecting, despite the lower enrollment, that we will be on budget with revenues and expenses at 81 million. We discussed tuition and fee increases for the 25-26 academic year, noting that our undergraduate tuition had not increased in this current academic year, 24-25, and the last graduate tuition increase was in the 2013-2014 academic year. So the committee is supporting a 5% increase in tuition and fees for incoming students, as well as a 5% increase in room and board. And we'll review those in a bit. We also got an update on the residence hall funding, the funding for the new residence hall, and we discussed the establishment of the new line of credit. The meeting adjourned at 11:03 a.m. So we do have two resolutions for approval. The first is the 2025-2026 tuition and fee increase, where the Lincoln University Board of Trustees approves a 5% increase for tuition and related fees for undergraduate and graduate students.
So move. We have two resolutions.
We have two. You want to do
Yeah,
them together?
do them together. Under parliamentarian.
No, you are so. There's no distinct difference.
Right. Here's what I spoke about.
There.
So if I may, can we just, we'll revote the resolution and then we'll move forward.
All right. The second resolution is for increase in room and board for the 25-26 academic year. The Lincoln University Board of Trustees approves a 5% increase in room and board.
So move.
Second.
Okay, so on the two resolutions, they have been properly seconded. Is there any readiness? Roll call.
Chairman Bruce,
Yes.
President Allen. Yes. Trustee Archie,
Yes.
trustee Board,
Yes.
Trustee Cooks,
Yes.
trustee Corbin,
Yes.
trustee Dix,
Yes.
trustee Zimmerman,
Yes.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Hancock,
Yes.
trustee Harrison,
Yes.
trustee Johnson,
Yes.
trustee Jones Clement,
Yes.
vice chairman Jordan,
Yes.
trustee Lancaster,
Yes.
trustee Levine,
Yes.
trustee Lawson,
Yeah.
trustee May,
Yes.
trustee Lewis,
Yes.
trustee Love,
Yes.
trustee Johnson O'Sara,
Yes.
trustee Parker's a yes, trustee Ridley,
Yes.
trustee Rochester,
Yes.
trustee Sebastian,
Yes.
trustee Simmons,
Yes.
trustee Vaughn,
Yes.
trustee Walker.
Yes. Thank you. Trustee Rochester, is there more or?
There is no more.
Thank you very much. Trustee threes and nominations, trustee Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The trustees, degrees and nominations committee met February 6th, 4 p.m. via Zoom. We had a quorum. We have 3 items on our agenda, one having to do with our upcoming election for officers that will take place in April this year, our annual meeting. You may recall that we had a nomination window available last 2 months for people to submit names. I am prepared to say that the committee has reviewed the names that have been submitted. Its only responsibility was to determine whether or not those individuals were qualified to serve based upon our bylaw. The qualification being that the term of their service as an officer was within the term of their service on the board. And so with that, I'm prepared to announce the nominees. All right, for chair for the board, Van Corbin. Vice chair, Charmaine Spence Rochester, and secretary, Jalila Parker. Keep in mind that the election will be at our annual meeting. We do take nominations from the floor at that time. But expect this is the time for campaigning. I tried to convince Van to send me a suit, he hasn't done it yet. But that is the end of our nomination discussion in terms of officers and succession. Next item on our agenda had to do with the number of boards.
Sorry, can I?
Yes.
Just quickly, because I had some comments made to me. As trustee Lancaster said, it was in fact a process where the nominations were open for the last 2 months. At least 2 emails went out, including the initial email that opened the process, follow-up email which reminded everyone. We did have the names that have been nominated. The slate was actually, there were several nominations. There were multiple nominations for each of the slate of candidates that we have. So,
Actually, Mr. Chairman, there were 3 separate nominations submitted. And those 3 separate nominations had all or some of the same names.
So I just want to be transparent about the process and make sure everybody understands it. And they were not self-nominations.
Not a one was selfish.
So, you know, so I tried to nominate myself, but they told me I wasn't out. But I need to make light of it, but I just want to make sure everyone understands the process, transparent. You know, I'm sensitive to this because so many challenges that we've had in the past. It's been I think a very smooth process and one with the transparent communications that have been made. The committee has in fact reviewed, as trustee Lancaster said, the eligibility, so to our bylaws, So we are ready to move forward in it.
The next item is, we have actually, every year, some people do roll off the board. It turns out that this year, we only have one university trustee whose term expires. That person will have to fill 8 years as a university trustee. And so that will create an 8th vacancy in the university trustee category in terms of our total trustees. We have 2 alumni trustees that terms expire, and that process of the Alumni Association is conducting, will present to us nominees to consider. And then thirdly, of course, our student rep, that's a student government position. That will, of course, roll off.
And that young man was here yesterday. At all of our committee meetings, he was immersing himself. And well, he's running unopposed. Yes, because I asked him, I said, well, that's pretty bold, you need to show up here. Take that back as a part of your campaign. And Jayla informed me that he's running unopposed, so honestly, I was very impressed to see that he was so committed. That even before the whole process is complete, he was here already preparing himself. And that's emblematic of the type of students that we have here at Lincoln University, so it's good.
And then lastly, we have our responsibility to address the issue of potential honorary degree recipients, and we will have further discussions about that in our executive session. We have a number of names that have been put forward for consideration. And with that, that ends my report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, questions? Great. So we'll move on to ed policy and academic affairs. Trustee O'Cyril.
Okay, I think this is, okay, it's good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Just had to check. Our meeting, if you will, began at 2:18 p.m. Yesterday. Dr. Pat Joseph, Dr. Hope Dameron, and Ms. Nancy Smith joined us at the meeting. And we began to discuss the Middle States Commission's reaccreditation process, which is well underway at Lincoln. Dr. Joseph presented the self-study process and informed us that the self-study design, which is actually the outline for the self-study, has been completed and will be submitted to the Middle States Commission on February 14th. She also shared with us the schedule of Middle States Liaison's visit, which will occur on March 21st. And board members are encouraged to attend the meeting, if at all possible, either on campus or virtually at noon on that day. We then discussed how important it is for our board members to be familiar with our mission, our strategic plan, and the overall reaccreditation process. Everyone here really needs to be engaged, and we decided that going forward, we will discuss updates on our process at our board meetings. Given that the mission statement, the strategic plan, and the Middle States standards are so important in the self-study and the overall reaccreditation process, Nancy Smith then opened the conversation to include all board members present in a task. First, to map how Lincoln University's mission is linked to Lincoln University's institutional priorities. Board members were engaged to discuss these linkages with their neighbor and to complete the table that actually was distributed at the meeting. This led to a very thoughtful and engaging discussion. We next participated in a similar discussion of mapping our priorities with the Middle States standards. Board members provided insightful comments and really appeared to enjoy this level of participation. It would be great to include a participatory experience for the board in future meetings. We next heard from Dr. Karen Baskerville as faculty representative to the board, and she stated that the second semester of our 4-credit model is underway, seems to be going okay. Faculty Council is in the process of reviewing syllabi from the curriculum committee, and I understand that there is something like 204 syllabi that in fact they are reviewing. The Educational Policy Committee is now reviewing our academic programs to see whether or not the 4-credit model can work. And in many ways, this is the most challenging part probably of the process. This work will lead to questions that the institution has to explore more thoroughly, including whether we have the resources to do this and can we manage the 4-credit model with a 3-2 teaching load. So we're waiting to see how that evolves. We also understand from Dr. Baskerville that the collective bargaining agreement negotiations are ongoing. IT has addressed a number of issues in the classroom. However, we are understanding there have been some challenging moments around heating in a variety of buildings. And again, we're looking forward, of course, to those adjustments being made. We went into executive session and President Allen and Dr. Pat Joseph presented first 2 faculty members who are eligible for sabbatical, which we discussed. And those 2 members are Professor Darrell Poe from the Pan-African Studies Department, who in fact would like to take sabbatical for the 25-26 academic year, and Associate Professor Lucas Belliccio from the Department of Mass Communications, taking a sabbatical for fall 2025. And if I'm correct, I guess I understand we don't need a resolution on the sabbaticals.
No.
Agenda
to show that.
Okay. However, we do have a resolution on 3 on tenure and promotion to be granted to 3 members of the faculty at Lincoln University. So I can proceed with that. Resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby approves the recommendation of the candidates being presented for tenure and promotion. First, Eve Humphrey, recommended for tenure and promotion from the level of assistant professor to associate professor in the biology department. Second, Surab Gayen, recommended for tenure and promotion from the level of assistant professor to associate professor in the Department of Chemistry and Physics. And thirdly, Gordon Stillman, recommended for tenure and promotion from the level of assistant professor to associate professor in the Visual Arts Department.
So moved. There a movement for a motion for adoption? So moved. Second. Okay, so the motion has been made, properly seconded. Any questions, any amendments? Let's go.
Chairman Bruce,
Yes.
President Allen,
Yes.
Trustee Archie,
Yes.
Trustee Board,
Yes.
Trustee Cooks,
Yes.
Trustee Corbin,
Yes.
Trustee Dix,
Yes.
Trustee Zimmerman,
Yes.
Trustee Garcia,
Yes.
Trustee Hancock,
Yes.
Trustee Harrison,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Jones Clement,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jordan,
Yes.
Trustee Lancaster,
Yes.
Trustee Levis,
Yes.
Trustee Lawson,
Yay.
Trustee May,
Yes.
Trustee Lewis,
Yes.
Trustee Love,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson O'Sarum,
Yes.
Trustee Parker's a yes, Trustee Ridley,
Yes.
Trustee Rochester,
Yes.
Trustee Sebastian,
Yes.
Trustee Simmons,
Yes.
Trustee Vaughn,
Yes.
Trustee Walker.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, terrific.
And the meeting concluded at 4 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're gonna move on to the consent agenda. Why don't we just move right into an update from student affairs? Trustee Garcia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Student Affairs Committee and the Educational Policy and Academic Affairs Committee meeting was a joint meeting yesterday. And so since we just heard Trustee O'Sarum deliver her report, I have just 2 additional updates to provide regarding the Student Affairs Committee. So the Student Government Association President and Trustee Jayla Turner shared all of the amazing activities that she and her fellow members have been engaged in. I'll name a few here. They're pursuing some changes to the Student Government Association Constitution, some workshops around professional development and Robert's Rules of Order. And as I wanted to especially highlight their work around the student leader study halls, which are very much testament to how seriously these wonderful leaders take their roles in modeling the character the values and the standards of excellence that exemplify what it means to be a Lincoln Lion. The second update regards last night's strategic dinner discussion, which both President Allen and Associate Vice President Ma alluded to in their remarks. And I just wanted to note that last night's dinner discussion was in support of advancing one of this year's objectives of the Student Affairs Committee, which is to support the update and development of the Strategic Enrollment Management Plan by engaging subject matter experts to share their insights and advice to advance Lincoln University's mission and vision. And so in that spirit, last night we heard from President and CEO, Dr. Angel Perez of the National Association of College Admissions Counseling on the topic of seismic shifts in American education, including demographic changes, changes in the cost of college and the provision of financial aid, and the current political environment alongside what we all know very well, which are negative public sentiments around the values of higher education and the mistrust in U.S. institutions that has been in decline across a variety of U.S. institutions, including colleges and universities. So I'm going to share some of the sobering information that Dr. Perez prepared for us, and that is that the largest enrollment decline among high school graduates begins right here, right now in 2025. The fastest growing demographic of students are ones that are coming more and more from both low income and first generation college families. Out of the 40 million 18-year-olds across the nation, 0.4% of them will come from families whose annual incomes are $200,000 or more a year. So for those of you who want to know exactly what that math is, that's 160,000 of the 40 million 18-year-olds fall into that very, very small slice of higher income. College costs have risen dramatically, which is challenging many colleges and universities across the nation to fundamentally review and change their financial models. And many institutions, Lincoln included, have had to increase their tuition discounting practices. And that has been a direct response to the increase of financially vulnerable students pursuing a higher education today. The colleges that will survive these changes, and Lincoln University will be among them, are innovating via partnerships, direct admissions practices, and clearly articulating their value proposition to attract more students. And as we heard from Associate Vice President Ma, Lincoln is engaging in all three of these areas. Dr. Perez also mentioned the impact of networks on spurring innovation. And that is where I see trustees, alumni, and other Lincoln supporters stepping in and stepping up. So I'll close with Dr. Perez's remarks, where he reminded us that for democracy to thrive, higher education must thrive. And so I thank everyone for engaging in conversation with Dr. Perez last night. I hope you came away with a better understanding of the seismic shifts affecting our industry and our world. And I look forward to bringing forth other subject matter experts in support of advancing the Student Affairs Committee's objectives for this year, which are in alignment with President Allen's.
Thank you, Trustee Garcia. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for bringing Dr. Perez. I thought it was an excellent update, very informative, very helpful, including the sort of interactive time we had when we started answering questions, to making our brains wake up at a time when we had spent an entire day working. We had dinner, but it was still quite a bit of a high degree of engagement, quite a bit of energy around it. So thank you for bringing it. And again, I just always like to highlight that these are the kinds of things that we need from our board members. Resources that can really help us, in this case, help us to think more strategically about where we're going, what's happening in the landscape, you know, what we're up against going forward. So thank you very much for that. So next we'll go to planning and development. Now I know Trustee Love is on Zoom. I heard his voice. Sounded like a voice that just woke up in New Orleans. Trustee Hicks, who is the vice chair of the committee, will give the report. Is that correct?
Correct. So as Chairman said, the chair of this committee is in New Orleans cheering on the Eagles, but he is with us via Zoom.
Go Birds.
So I will give the report, and at the end, I'll give him an opportunity to say something, say a few words. So our committee, Planning and Development, met yesterday. However, since the last board meeting, we have had several meetings. We have met with the Institutional Advancement Committee, Office of Institutional Advancement, and with the Office of Alumni Relations regarding what we wanted to find out from them is what they felt they needed to do their jobs, what exactly it is they are doing in their offices. We wanted to find out information about giving and their plans for the future and how we could assist. So Harry and Everett actually went to Texas to meet with Margot to get some information from her, since she is an expert on institutional advancement. She was very helpful. We met with the staff of institutional advancement and the staff of alumni relations twice. Harry basically is going to work closer with, Everett is going to work closely with Harry, and I will be working with Deborah on alumni affairs. So we met to discuss the software that the institutional advancement uses, the Blackball, and what the needs are there. And Harry actually put together a very extensive presentation for us. And it was an excellent visual, so we could see exactly all the things that they do. It was so well done that it's extremely long. So I will not go through it in detail, but I would like to highlight some of the things that Harry did inform us of, because it did help a lot. So I'm going to start with the year-to-date giving for 2024-25. The money that have been raised in institutional advancement to date is $1,638,439. There's a comparison that he gave us in the giving summary from July 1 to January the 30th, from 2023 to 24, which was $980,337, 22 to 23, $1,493,935, and 21 to 23, $1,049,324. From the information he gave us this year, we have actually had more donors and more givings, more gifts than we have in the past 3 years. So it has been an increase. Donor executive summary. Donor overall from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 25. An average number of donors annually has been 935. Average number of gifts annually, 2,455. Average number of alums who are donating, 665.6. Average gift size a donor is $375.45. The percentage of donors who are alum are 72%. Percentage of alums who give is only 3.69%. So of the 18,000 living alum, we have 665.6 who actually donate to the university every year. So goals have been set within the next 18 months to increase the number of donors to 1,854 donors, increase of percentages of alums giving to 8 to 9%, which is the national average, increase average gift size to at least 500, but a few board members suggested that we try to increase that from 500 to $1,854. And increase the percentage of donors who are alum to 80%. He also provided us with a donor impact report from the year 2020 to 2025. And in the fiscal year of 20, there were almost 1,500 donors. The alums were close to 1,000, and the number of gifts were close to 3,000. The numbers went down for the next couple of years, but they are starting to come back up. He has the information for 2025. However, we're not finished with the fiscal year. We're only halfway through. And so far in this fiscal year, the number of donors has been roughly about 800. The number of alumni giving is roughly about 700. And the number of gifts were slightly under 1,500. The donor breakdown, the 72% of the donations came from alumni. Faculty and staff gave 7%, Friends of Lincoln gave 9%, online 5%, administration 2%, and trustees 5%, which he also added that this past year, all members of the Board of Trustees did give a gift. Annual gifts and appeals, the next steps, how we're looking to increase our numbers. So the Institutional Advancement Office is looking to increase donor support by a campaign to increase donors to $1,854 for the fiscal year of 25. So he's going to be asking everyone to give a minimum of $1,854, and that's the number of donors he's actually hoping that we have this year. And he spoke about major gifts. And Lincoln has received a major gift of $100,000 from a gentleman by the name of Ed Barr, who is the former CEO of Sun Chemicals, who was not really affiliated or wasn't affiliated with Lincoln, but he worked with a gentleman who was an alum, Kenneth Collins, class of 1970. And he was so impressed by Mr. Collins that when Mr. Collins passed, he reached out to Lincoln and started and donated $100,000. And there are a couple of students who are recipients of those funds. They are computer science majors. And one young lady, let's see if I can find her name. Actually, in addition to receiving the funds from Mr. Barr, didn't have a computer, so he donated a computer, and she also had a speech impediment, so he paid for her to have classes to help her with her speech.
Yeah, that was really excellent. one would hope that we can all have the same kind of impact when others can impress upon that importance that Lincoln University plays with each of our students and alumni. So, we wrap up.
Yeah, okay. Alumni Relations News is next, and Alumni Relations, of course, is responsible for dealing with the alumni. And so I'm not going to mention the number of activities that they've been involved in this so far this year and that they're going to be involved in, because I believe the president of the Alumni Association spoke on a number of them. However, Ms. Johnson and I spoke about some initiatives to reach out to the alum to help them give to the university. And one was asking the reunion class to give each member to donate $18.54. We would like for it to be every year, but definitely during their reunion class year. The second is an initiative to reach out to the number of alums who are ministers, who are clergy, all across the country, but especially in the Philadelphia area, because the number of alum in the Philadelphia area are clergy. And so we're going to work on that, and we will present the strategic plan in April at that meeting.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
And as I said, I think that we're making really good progress there. Appreciate the effort. Flying down in Texas and all the things that are in between our meetings. Very, very good, and it's paying off. So thank you. Next, Trustee Cooks, you're doing.
Chairman Bruce, the Buildings and Property Committee convened yesterday morning with the quorum of committee members in attendance. Reviewed a few things. One is our ongoing land development projects. Unfortunately, one of those has come off the table, Thinking Grow. Operation on campus. However, the Prospect 14 solar farm project continues to go forward. We also had an update on our master plan update. So we're pretty close to signing a contract with Sasaki, which was the architect and director for the last master plan update. So a lot of history of our campus will help us set a new vision going forward. We had an update on our residence hall project. As was mentioned, we're really close to getting that kicked off. We are just awaiting our final permit.
They got an email last night that said we can get the GMP in by Thursday. We can close by the end of the month.
There you go. The latest news. So final
GMP.
Final pricing.
We also have another one.
Yeah. The critical thing there is we have to get both the permit and the pricing, which is what the GMP is, so that we can actually close on the financing. So we want to close fast. So we then went through a review of all of the current projects that are going on and the status and updates there. And we took a look ahead at some projects that have been authorized through the legislature, but we have not started yet. Their funding sort of in the queue. One of which in particular was the Lincoln House and Bond House renovations, which also includes the opportunity for an addition in between them. So we are planning on calling an off-cycle building committee meeting to kind of dive into that project and generate some ideas to bring back for the next meeting. The full minutes are in your packet.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your leadership and we've done it anyway. Buildings and properties and moving these projects along, some of which have taken quite a while. The solar farm, as well the housing project. We won't bring that all. Bring it home. Trustee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will move expeditiously through this really quick. There is a lot of great content that is included in here. And I'm super excited, but I'm gonna share that excitement and allow you to peruse that at your own time. So that's covered in your packets. But here's a few highlights. So the audit committee met yesterday and convened at 4:13 PM Eastern Standard Time. We covered from an agenda perspective, 3 main areas. Basically, we gave an update on the internal compliance program. Mr. Cox provided an update on that particular program. And what I love about it is the information and the great work that he is doing will feed into us, or put us in a much better place as it relates to our horizontal audits that take place through the year. And the intention and the goal is the internal audit should be tougher than the external audit. So ride with me, all right? I see a few head nods, so you're there. Second, moving quickly, we had an update in terms of the single audit that actually took place in the findings from 2024. And also we bucketed them out in terms of lessons learned from that particular audit. And we have remediation plans. So that is also in your packet for you to peruse and read over as well. Last but not least, he or she that plans to fail or doesn't plans to fail. And what we learned is from our lessons learned in 2024 and 2025, we also laid out basically our preparation and our plan of attack for 2025. The goal and the theme is be proactive as opposed to reactive. And we basically have on the agenda or actually in your packets, all of the resources on the staff, the names that are aligned and decked up against each respective audit in anticipation for them for the calendar year. So that information is there. We concluded at 4:29 PM Eastern Standard Time.
Thank you very much. The only person I have ever met in my professional career who likes audit. That's a special song. Yeah, thank you very much. We are now going to move into executive session.
YouTube, Adrian,
I'm about to go to check them out.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's.
You want this one? Yeah. You're gonna talk to my. You wanna wait a couple minutes just to make sure that we are. Going to. Executive session. What make you pretty, you gotta.
Yeah, he just dabbed a little on me. He converted, yeah, that. So, it is good.
Yeah, but you can't get it. You guys were gonna get things like that. That worked.
We good? We good.
OIT is inviting you to join. Where's OIT? Office of.
Information technology.
Yeah, they're moving into another round.
Okay. Have you guys joined the executive session? Can you click that too?
You know. Thank you, Venus.
All right. We back on?
Yes, sir.
Great. All right. Very productive executive session. I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the trustees degrees and nominations committee. A resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee would ask that the board act upon a resolution entitled 2025 honorary degree nominees. Be it resolved that the board of trustees hereby approve the recommendation of the trustees degrees and nominations committee to award honorary degrees on a future date with the nominees presented for consideration.
Is there a motion for adoption?
Motion. Second.
Will be moved and properly seconded. Any readiness questions? We will do a roll call for.
Chairman Bruce,
Yes.
President Allen, trustee Archie,
Yes.
trustee Ford,
Yes.
trustee Cook,
Yes.
trustee Corbin,
Yes.
trustee Vick,
Yes.
trustee Zimmerman,
Yes.
trustee Garcia. Yes. Trustee Hancock,
You just stepped down.
trustee Harrison,
Yes.
trustee Johnson,
Yes.
trustee Jones Clement,
Yes.
vice chairman Jordan,
Yes.
trustee Lancaster,
Yes.
trustee Levine,
Yes.
is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Lawson,
Yeah.
trustee May,
Yes.
trustee Lewis,
Yeah.
trustee Love,
Yes.
trustee Johnson O'Cyril,
Yes.
trustee Parker said yes, trustee Ridley,
Yes.
trustee Rochester,
Yes.
trustee Sabatro,
Yes.
trustee Simmons,
Yes.
trustee Vaughn,
Yes.
trustee Walker,
Yes.
and trustee Hancock.
Yes.
All right, motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there any new business? There being none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
It's not true.